If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 1, A Betrothal. Lady Alexandra, you're late. The governess snapped, as she hurried into the schoolroom. Alexandra wanted to snap back at her. She had been at 6s and 7s for the past few days, and restless in a way that made her feel like taking her sister Magdalene, and running. At the same time, she did not want anyone near her, not even Magdalene. Instead of answering Miss Catherine, she turned into her seat, and settled her frock primly around her. She raised her head in time to catch the tail end of her governess' glare. There was also a frown on Magdalene's face, as she peered over her shoulder at Alexandra. While they were finished with normal schoolroom learning, Miss Catherine had been retained by their father, to teach them Greek and Latin, as well as hone their piano-playing skills. He believed it would increase their marriage marketability. Alexandra grimaced, taking up her notes and getting to work on diction, without Miss Catherine having to prompt her. She said nothing about the awful cramps that made her want to curl up in a ball of misery. No doubt Miss Catherine would think she was pitching the gammon for her own ends. She couldn't imagine what those ends might be, but Miss Catherine always thought they were too ripe and ready by half. Once their lessons were done for the day, Magdalene would be free to return to her chambers, while Alexandra had just graduated to the sewing circle her grandmother, Cordelia Abbot, the Dowager Countess of Ramsbury, presided over in the drawing-room. She sighed, wistful for the days when she, too, could run free, and not have to be a prim and proper lady. Her stomach cramped, and she hunched forward in pain. "Lady Alexandra?" Miss Catherine called in alarm. "What is going on?" Alexandra moaned, wanting her bed. "I think I need to go and lie down." Magdalene sprang to her feet, hastening to Alexandra's side and helping her up. "I will take her to her room, Miss Catherine," Magdalene said. Yes, do that." The governess hurried to open the door. On one hand, Alexandra was embarrassed about all the fuss. It is not that serious. On the other hand, it would get her out of learning the Greek alphabet, a subject she found to be a frightful bore, so she let herself lean ever so weakly into Magdalene's arms, really playing up her sudden illness, which she suspected was merely her monthly malaise. Magdalene took her right to her room, where her lady's maid, Constance, was waiting with a hot water bottle, and a cloth clutched in her hand. Constance tentatively held out the T-shaped piece of cotton. "My lady, why don't you put this on, and I'll fetch you some laudanum and a nice cup of tea." "All right, Constance," Alexandra said weakly. Magdalene burst into her room, and jumped on her bed. Alexandra groaned in annoyance. "Magda, must you be so exuberant so early in the morning?" she asked. Her sister just laughed. "My apologies, Xandra. I merely thought to check that you were still breathing in here. You haven't left your room in 3 days." Alexandra hesitated to tell Magdalene that she was taking advantage of her debilitation, to get out of learning Greek. Her sister was very earnest and honest, and Alexandra had no wish to corrupt her with her nefarious ways. "I have been sick as a dog, and thought to lie here undisturbed until I should feel better, Magdalene. But of course, you must come along and be a regular out and outer, while I am attempting to rest," she teased instead. Magdalene was immediately concerned. "I am so sorry." She scrambled off Alexandra's bed. "Are you not feeling any better? Shall I bring you some tea and biscuits? Cook just made some." "Oh, thank you, dear Magda, but no, I am much better today. I should be up and about tomorrow, but in the meantime, I am inclined to lie here and read." "Oh, all right then. I shall leave you to it." Alexandra's gaze softened, as she stared at Magdalene's anxious face. Their mother had died in childbirth, and Alexandra was the only mother that Magdalene knew. For as long as she could remember, their father had merely been a distant figure, to whom they were presented from time to time, so that he might see that they were growing into proper young ladies. She reached out and tweaked at Magdalene's curls. "Thank you, Magda." The daughters of the Earl of Ramsbury, Alexandra, and Magdalen Abbot, led a sheltered existence at Ramsbury Manor, a country house on the River Kennet, in the south of England. They had one brother, David, the Viscount of Mumford. He was the middle child, and the only son. He resided at their Mayfair residence with their father, Lord Harcourt Abbot. Whenever David wasn't off at Harrow, he stayed at Mayfair, learning how to run the earldom. Once he'd achieved his majority, he attended and then graduated from Cambridge. David very rarely visited the manor. A true Bond Street beau, he was a darling of the ton. Alexandra was of a shy and quiet nature, as far as her father knew. He had waited until David had taken a wife, before inviting Alexandra to the city, under the patronage of Lady Mumford's aunt, the Marchioness of Easton, Lady Bradbury, who was well connected within the ton, and received invitations to all the best balls. With her pale, slender form, and long dark hair, her deep dark eyes, and retiring manner, Alexandra had an air of mystery that intrigued many an eligible bachelor. However, that she came with a substantial dowry, was merely a feather in the cap. When she met the Duke of Summerhill at one of Lady Easton's infamous Venetian breakfasts, it was no surprise that she caught his eye, and he wasted no time in calling on the Earl to make an offer. Alexandra learned of the offer, when she came down to breakfast at Lady Easton's London house, to find her father waiting in the morning room. "Good morrow, father," she said in surprise, almost forgetting to curtsy. "I was not expecting to see you here." "I have some news, daughter." Harcourt ignored her greeting to get right down to business, as was his wont. Alexandra dropped into the settee facing him, suddenly feeling weak at the knees. What could her father possibly have to say to her, that required seeking her out so unexpectedly? "I have received an offer for your hand," he said without further preamble. "Oh," Alexandra replied, a mixture of relief and disappointment twisting in her bosom. She was relieved that she would no longer need to parade herself around London, in the company of Lady Mumford and her aunt. As well-meaning as her sister-in-law, Barbara, might be, she was vapid, and prone to prattle on about the latest on it. Seeing as she had been raised in the country, Alexandra hardly knew whom Barbara was referring to half the time, nor did she care. She missed Ramsbury Manor and her sister. Having a gentleman come up to scratch on her behalf, simultaneously set her free, and shackled her forever. She smiled as best she could, and nodded. "That is indeed good news, father." "Yes, indeed it would be good news, if I were interested in this marriage business." She was careful not to let resentment show on her face. "It is indeed. Do not worry your little head about it, I shall make all the arrangements." Of course, he would. When his father ever sought my opinion on anything affecting my life after all? She tried to quash the rebellious thought, even as it flitted across her mind. Alexandra got to her feet. "May I go home now? Magdalen needs me." Her father smiled. "Of course, my dear." He dismissed her with a nod. Alexandra heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps she could delay her wedding, until her sister had her own coming out. She would do anything to delay losing the only person who was ever concerned for her welfare. She turned to leave. "Do you not want to know who your betrothed-to-be is?" her father asked in surprise. Alexandra turned back, feeling that detail to be entirely irrelevant, since she had no choice, but wanted to be a dutiful daughter. "Of course, father. It is Francis Godwin, the Duke of Summerhill," her father said, with appropriate gravitas, looking extremely pleased with himself. "That is wonderful news." Alexandra tried again to smile. She remembered that her sister-in-law, Lady Mumford, had mentioned the Duke's name, in connection with some scandal or other, but could not recall the details. She would be sure to ask Barbara as soon as she got the chance. She took another step toward the door. "I do hope you know how fortunate you are, to secure a husband so serendipitously." the Earl said, stopping her once again. Alexandra sketched a curtsy. "Indeed I do, father. I am most grateful." She had to grit her teeth as she said that, but was reasonably sure she got the tone just right. Her father nodded, satisfied, and Alexandra was at last able to escape. She ran up to her room, intending to write to Magdalen with the news at once. She shared every detail of her life with her sister. This would be no different. The Marchioness of Easton offered to host the dinner party that would celebrate Alexandra and Francis' betrothal. Harcourt Abbot was very grateful to her, and sent for Magdalen to come to town and join in the festivities. Lady Mumford took it upon herself to make all the plans, being tremendously excited that Alexandra should soon join her in the marital state. Alexandra was resigned, perhaps even suffered a fit of the Blue Devils. But she knew what her duty was, and if she were not married, then Magdalen would not be able to take a husband when her time came. Her father expected her to make him proud, and she was determined not to let him down. Nevertheless, she sat by the bay windows in the drawing-room, watching the stewards exercise the horses, wishing she could saddle one up and just ride away. She closed her eyes, trying to take herself in hand, for soon the Duke of Summerhill would arrive, and he would expect to spend some time with his betrothed. Suitably chaperoned by Lady Easton, of course. Alexandra wondered what she could possibly say to him. Perhaps she would offer to play him a tune on the piano, or recite a poem in French. Yes, that might do. The door to the drawing-room opened, and her whirlwind of a sister swept in, a broad smile on her face. Merely gazing upon Magdalene's visage lifted Alexandra's mood, and she smiled back. "What breeze are you raising now?" Alexandra was already prepared to be entertained. Magdalen popped down on the window seat next to her. "I only wanted to lift you from your sober musings. Are you not excited to meet the Duke, Alexandra?" Alexandra sighed long and deep. What could she say to that? "I shall do my duty." Magdalene's face fell. "Are you not happy with the match?" Alexandra patted her sister's hand. "I am content, sister, pay me no mind. Now go and choose your frock, and prepare for dinner, before you enter into Lady Easton's black books." Magdalen scoffed. "I care little for her regard. It is you I am vexed over. You seem a little way-faced, sister." Alexander snorted. "What a way to speak to the bride-to-be," she said teasingly. "Oh, you get my meaning, Xandra. But come, you are the one who should go and get ready. It is your esteemed groom that we shall be receiving after all." Alexandra sighed, standing up and pulling Magdalen up with her. "I am ever so glad you could be with me at this time, Magda," she said as they headed for the door. "There is nowhere I would rather be than by your side," Magdalen replied. They walked out together, heading to their rooms, to primp and polish themselves into the perfect society ladies their father expected to appear at the dinner table. Alexandra had chosen an azure blue muslin gown, with a square collar hemmed with gold lace, and a high waist. It brought out the darkness of her eyes, and framed her pale skin most becomingly. She turned this way and that, enjoying the sway of her skirts, before she recalled why she was dressed to the nines. Her mood dropped immediately, and she flopped down on the bed with a sigh. "Marriage is a good thing," she told herself softly. "And marrying up, a duke no less, it's every lady's dream." She waited, trying to feel some spark of happiness, or excitement, but the stone that seemed to have settled in her stomach did not budge. "Fiddlesticks," she murmured, and then stood up. Constance came in clutching a bottle of rouge. "May I set a nap on your cheek, my lady?" she asked, already dabbing at the rouge with a piece of cotton. Alexandra sighed, knowing it was useless to turn her away. Constance considered it her sworn duty to make sure her mistress was as well turned out as possible. The girl was always looking out for her, even when Alexandra didn't want it. "'Tis the curse of my name," Constance would say with a wide grin. I am as constant as the rain. This is not even a real saying, Alexandra protested. Ah, but 'tis true, is it not? Constance replied. Considering they could hear the drumming of the rain on the roof of the house at that very moment, Alexandra had to concede the point. We shall be late. We should go. Alexandra got to her feet. Yes, my lady. I shall get your sister, shall I? Yes, please, Constance. Tell her to meet me in the drawing room, where Lady Easton will be awaiting us. Yes, my lady. Constance sketched a curtsy, and then left. With another sigh, Alexandra straightened her skirts and her spine, and walked out of the refuge that was her room. She went down the stairs, running her hands against the grained wood, reluctant to reach the bottom. For once she did, she could not hide any more from what was to happen next. Lady Easton was waiting in the drawing room, and she smiled as soon as she saw Alexandra. You look very well indeed, child, she intoned. Your father will be proud. Alexandra merely curtsied without a word. His Grace Francis Godwin, the Duke of Summerhill, was accompanied by his bosom companion, Lord Crowley, Marquis of Canterbury. Does he have no family? Magdalen whispered to Alexandra, as the Duke greeted their father. Shush, Alexandra said, and sketched a curtsy, as the Duke came to a stop in front of her. Lady Alexandra, it is indeed a pleasure to meet you, he said.
Chapter 2, Dun Territory. Walter Bradford was reading quietly in the library, when his brother, Percy, burst in from another night of cards and drink at his club. He put his book aside, and watched his brother stagger toward him. Percy. Whatever is the matter? I do believe I am foxed. Percy slurred. Do you think so? Walter cocked an eyebrow and snorted. I should scarce have noticed. So well do you comport yourself. Percy narrowed his eyes at his brother. Do not tease me, young sir, or I shall call for pistols at dawn. Walter laughed. Very well, my dear brother. But you should hasten to your bed, and sleep this off. Tomorrow is your first day in the house, you do not want to turn up with a terrific headache. Percy nodded slowly. I believe you are right. Thank you, brother, for your wise words. I will see you in the morning. Percy Bradford, the Duke of Greenwick, arduously made his way to the door, and up the stairs, where his valet was waiting patiently to divest him of his clothing. He had been debauching with his friends at the gaming hell, and then winding down the night with a visit to his cher Amy. He could concede that he had perhaps had a little too much port, but nothing he could not handle. He had been the Duke since the death of his father, 7 years ago. But he had only recently graduated from Cambridge, and returned to take over the reins from the trust that ran it while he was away at university. It had not all been good news. The duchy was in debt thanks to his uncle's extended illness, and generally poor management. Percy planned to change that. The first item on his agenda, of course, was to obtain a suitable bride, who would bring him a good dowry and political influence. He had his eye on the Duke of Elderberry's daughter, as her father was influential in the House of Lords, and association with that house could only be good for him. He let his valet strip him of his attire before retiring for the evening. I really must ensure that Elderberry looks favorably upon me on the morrow, the future of my dukedom depends on it. His first day in the house went as expected. Percy merely observed, rather than venture to participate. He would make his maiden speech soon, but he would bide his time until the right moment. He nodded to his acquaintances as he left, Harcourt Abbot, the Earl of Ramsbury, being one. He'd heard that the Earl had 2 daughters of marriageable age, but Percy had no intention of marrying down. Still, he nodded his greeting to him before departing for the club. His bosom friends, Lord Langdon and Lord Everley, were sure to be waiting there for him. Being younger sons, they had none of the responsibility that Percy did. Their families were still influential enough, that even second sons were well sought after. Furthermore, they had invites to all the best on affairs, and were thus exceedingly useful to Percy. If he was to find a wife, he needed to take part in the marriage mart this season. It was a frightful bore, but one did what one must to achieve one's goals. When he was alone, he could admit that it was a lonely life that he led, filled with duty and obligation, and not much else. The hell he raised with his friends was purely a way to forget for a moment the heavy crown that burdened his head. His younger brother, Walter, did what he could, but he could not share the burden that was Percy's alone. While they were not yet in Dun territory, the Greenwick dukedom was punting on the river Tick. The income from their properties was failing, and without an injection of cash from a wealthy bride, the duchy might well fail in a generation or so. Percy would not let that happen. He would do whatever he needed to ensure the prosperity of his family, and remain a peer of good standing. He sat down at his usual table and ordered nuncheon. As he waited for his friends, he pondered what to do next in the delicate game he was playing. "Greenwick, I did not expect to find you here," a voice said, and he looked up to see Lord Ramsbury. He lifted an eyebrow, surprised at the approach as they were not friendly, not really. For a moment, he considered giving the Earl the cut, but then just leaned back in his chair, indicating that Lord Ramsbury should sit. "What can I do for you, Lord Ramsbury?" he asked, knowing that this was not an accidental meeting. "Greenwick, I understand your estate on the Isles is up for sale. I should like to purchase it." Percy blanched, not having expected that. He'd put the property up for sale very discreetly, in a bid to raise funds to cater for the renovations of two other potentially viable properties that were currently falling apart. He had chosen his property in the Isles, because he did not want it nattered in town that he was low on brass. He could not imagine how Lord Ramsbury could already have heard about it. The Earl leaned forward confidentially. "My man of business is very well informed," he said, answering the question Percy hadn't asked. "I see. And what is your interest in an obscure castle on the Isle of Man, Ramsbury?" "I am interested in expanding my offshore holdings." "What does it matter, when I am willing to purchase the property at the stipulated price?" Percy hesitated, not sure how eager to look about getting the blasted property off his hands. "I will have my man of business get in touch with yours," he said at last. The Earl nodded. "Thank you, Greenwick. Now—" He hesitated, and Percy inclined his head, indicating that Lord Ramsbury could continue. "My youngest daughter will be having her coming out ball in a fortnight. I would like to take this opportunity to extend an invitation to you." Percy smiled. "I will be sure to reply once I receive the formal invite." The Earl bowed. "Of course, Greenwick. I will leave you to your meal," he said as he got to his feet. Percy dismissed him from his mind immediately, feeling quite famished, as he'd neglected his breakfast in a fit of nerves, and fear of casting up his accounts during his first session of the House. He dug into his food as he waited for his friends to arrive. He was in a mood for a game of whist. Even though he might have pockets to let, he still had good enough skill to win at cards. Indeed, his gaming was one of his main sources of income, as he tried to consolidate his holdings, and bring them out of insolvency. Percy was at breakfast the next morning when his brother walked in, the day's mail in his hands. "What have you got there?" Percy asked, surprised to see his brother so laden. "Bills and invites to various balls," Walter said, shuffling through the pile. "More bills. A notice from the house." "Well then, brother, I was not aware that you were my new steward. Did something happen to Winchester?" Walter gave him a jaundiced look. "Is there a plan to deal with all of this?" he asked, waving at the bills. "Of course," Percy said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "I just need to secure the blunt to cover it, and all will be well." "And are you going to be able to secure said blunt?" Walter pressed. "I have already received an offer for the castle on the Isle of Man. That should be enough to cover our debts. And I intend to fully immerse myself in the season. A substantial dowry is all we need to make sure we are not dished up." Walter sighed. "I wish there was something I could do to help." Percy smiled affectionately at his younger brother. "You do help, brother. Your unwavering support and counsel are invaluable to me." "Indeed. However, if there is anything else you need, please do not hesitate to call upon me," Walter said earnestly. Percy nodded as Rawlings, the butler, came in with a bowl of kippers. The two brothers spoke only of trivial matters, as long as the butler was in the room, enjoying their meal and each other's company. "I say, it will be good to have a woman's touch around here, don't you agree?" Walter said. Percy smiled. "I thought we did. Isn't the housekeeper of the female persuasion?" Walter threw his napkin at his brother. "You know full well what I mean. 'Tis been a long time since the touch of a feminine hand has softened our lives." "Indeed. Not since dear Aunt Claire's demise 4 years ago," Percy said. Aunt Claire was the former Duke's wife, who had welcomed 2 orphaned boys into her home with open arms. "A wife is a treasure, but make sure you choose well, my dear brother." "You know full well that I will." Walter picked up one of the invites. "The Earl of Ramsbury has sent a gracious invitation to his daughter's coming out. I understand that she is a delightful creature, light and happy and well appointed. She comes with a good dowry too." Percy gave his brother a sidelong smile. "I have my eyes set on Elderberry's daughter, actually," he said. "Elderberry?" Walter said with a laugh. "Surely you jest. He has set his sights on the Prince Regent for his daughter." Percy took a breath. "Well, I feel confident I could persuade him otherwise, brother." Walter scoffed. "You grow too big for your breeches, Percy." "Oh? Who says so?" "I do, Percy. Your brother, who has known you since you were in leading strings, to say so." Percy laughed. "May I remind you that I am your elder by nigh on 4 years, young Walter?" "Ah, but one can hardly tell. I do confess that sometimes I feel like your elderly aunt, who must subdue your wilder tendencies," Walter said, giving a world-weary sigh. "Ah, my brother the martyr." Percy grinned widely, clapping him on the shoulder on his way out of the room. "You jest, but 'tis no less but the truth," Walter called from behind him, making Percy's grin widen. Percy stopped, turning to face his brother. "We should go boxing at Jackson's, and settle this like gentlemen." "Indeed, sir?" Walter said, perking up. Percy knew that for a pugilist of Walter's skill, finding a worthy opponent such as himself was often a challenge. So, he was more than glad to spare the time this morning. Walter stood up, following him. "And afterward we can visit Offley's for some beefsteak and ale. It has been too long since we were out on the town together, brother." Percy smiled, falling in step with him. "Let us go then." As they finished their match, in which Walter had displayed himself to advantage, they removed to Offley's. There they caught sight of Lord Brimley and his brother at one of the card games. They were a pair of notorious rakes, they drew the bustle too freely, but were reasonably flush in the pockets as their father was a nabob. Lord Brimley and Percy had been at Harrow at the same time, although Lord Brimley was older, and therefore thoroughly fagged Percy, using him as Lord Brimley's unofficial servant. Percy had never forgotten, and vowed to get his revenge one day. He nudged Walter, pointing his chin at the two men. "Fancy a game of whist?" "High stakes?" Walter murmured. "Most definitely. Let's go take them for all the blunt they have," Percy said grimly. The two young men strode forward, coming to a stop at Lord Brimley's table. "Percy, old boy," Lord Brimley said. "Been a few years, has it not?" "You shall address me as your Grace Brimley, because yes, it has been a few years and a number of things have changed." Lord Brimley sneered. "You don't say," he said. "I hear tell you might be under the hatches, but would you care for a game?" Percy smiled grimly. "For sure. What are the stakes?" Walter and Percy exchanged glances. "How about you pit that beautiful stepper of yours against my curricle?" Percy challenged. Lord Brimley harumphed. "You're on, old man." He gestured for the two men they were playing with to rise, so that Percy and his brother could take their places facing each other. Percy played a cocksure game while his brother was more clinical. Between them they were unstoppable, and they knew it, but they let Lord Brimley and his brother think they had a chance, before losing no time in winning Lord Brimley's prime piece of horseflesh. Care to try and recover your winnings, Brimley? Percy asked with a smug smile that he knew would vex his former tormentor. I will take you for everything you own. He was still filled with ire at the ill treatment he'd suffered under Brimley's hands. Let us up the ante. Lord Brimley replied grimly, exactly as Percy hoped he would. Your London residence if I win. Percy's smile became even more cocksure. Draw the cards, he said. By evening's end, they had taken Lord Brimley for half his cattle, his London townhouse, and a monkey. As they gathered their winnings, Percy felt a sense of satisfaction and vindication. He not only had a sum to hold off his creditors, but had also humiliated his old nemesis. It had been a good day. In a fit of optimism, he decided to accept the Earl of Ramsbury's invitation. Would you have Winchester reply to the invitation from Ramsbury? We shall be attending his little ball, Percy said, referring to his steward. Walter laughed. Little ball? I understand it is to be one of the biggest balls of the season. Yes, well, very likely the number of eligible ladies in attendance will make for a profitable evening. Am I to understand that you have given up on Lady Jane? One cannot put all one's eggs in one basket, Percy intoned a tad pompously. Very wise, brother. I commend you. Percy merely snorted, recognizing Walter's sarcasm. He merely nudged his brother as they walked out, and headed to the stables to take charge of Lord Brimley's favorite horses. We should visit your man of business right away, and tell him to dispose of Brimley's house. That should tide us over for a long while. Indeed, Percy agreed, already thinking about various ways they could profit from their new acquisitions. Perhaps he would not have to rely entirely on a wife's dowry to upgrade his properties. One wild night and they were in a much better position than they had been before. He grinned at his brother, feeling carefree. We should look into playing whist professionally, he said. Walter merely chuckled.
Chapter 3 Tenant for Life. Alexandra was coming to terms with being betrothed to the Duke of Summerhill. He wrote her letters regularly, and she could see that he cared for her at least a little. She tried to see the silver lining, even though she was not at all convinced that her fiancé was not getting a pig in a poke. She feared she would be a tremendous disappointment to him, once he came to know her. In the eyes of her peers, she had made a good match, and at least, the Duke didn't bother her much as his business kept him in London, while she was at Ramsbury Manor. It was a reprieve she was guiltily glad about. But now Magdalen was coming out, and they would go to town soon. Alexandra knew she would be expected to receive the Duke at home, perhaps take the air with him at Vauxhall Gardens, or take in a play at the theatre. She tried to think how titillating that might be, but all she could think of was the fat little mole at the side of Summerhill's mouth, which seemed to move her when he spoke. She could hardly stop herself from staring at it every time they were in proximity, even though she knew staring was a huge faux pas. She tried to think of some other thing when he spoke to her, but it was exceeding difficult. Magdalen was no help when Alexandra broke down and confided in her, as she merely laughed and told Alexandra to keep her eyes on his, and not look at his mouth. That was all very well and good, but if what her reading of Ovid and Catullus was in any way accurate, then his lips would one day be on Alexandra's skin, and she would have to deal with her fixation with his mole one way or the other. Constance came into her room, murmuring agitatedly to herself. She had taken this upcoming trip very personally, wanting to make sure everything was just so. The man to maker had been by to take measurements for a whole new wardrobe, and Constance was in a never-ending tizzy, to make sure all the frocks and gowns would be ready, before they were scheduled to leave for town. Magdalen vacillated between excitement and fear. "I'm not ready to get married yet," she confided, as they lay curled up in Alexandra's bed together. "I know. I am not either," Alexandra whispered back. Magdalen sighed. "Do you think father will choose a husband for me right away?" Alexandra stiffened, not having an answer for Magdalen. "I expect he'll wait until after my nuptials to choose you a husband. In any case, you shall be the belle of your season. I am sure you shall have all the bachelors dangling after you." Magdalen laughed. "But you are such a toad-eater." Alexandra smiled, happy to have lifted Magdalene's mood. Am I really, Magdalene? Then why do you believe me? Magdalene gave her an affectionate smile. Because you're my sister. Alexandra reached over and hugged her, and they fell asleep like that. Constance woke them in the morning, full of fuss and muss. Now, my ladies, you are too old to be hunkering down together like this. Your father would not be pleased. Father is not here, Magdalene said grumpily. Constance sighed. I know that, my ladies, but you must try to start comporting yourselves like proper young ladies, instead of little girls. You are both soon to be married. Alexandra blanched. Not both of us. Just me. Constance's lips burst. Of course, my lady. She turned as the door opened, and a maid came in carrying a bucket of hot water. Lady Magdalene, your bath awaits in your bedchamber, Constance said. Magdalene gave another sigh, but climbed out of bed and left. Alexandra got up and let her night rail fall to the ground. She gestured for Constance and the Abigail to leave, before stepping into the hot water. She sank down into it, closing her eyes and luxuriating in the steamy warmth. Constance had started a fire to warm up the room, and protect her from the misty cold of early morning, but it was still a relief to immerse herself in the bath. She closed her eyes, letting her mind roam free, and feeling every inch of her naked body, from her toes, right up to the individual strands of hair on her head. Her hands felt her body like it belonged to someone else. She trailed her finger down her stomach, feeling the silky smoothness of her skin, drawing lazy circles around her belly button. She wondered what it would feel like when the Duke touched her naked skin. Would she be able to look past his mole, or would she still want to run screaming from it? What would I call him in bed? Your Grace? Summerhill? Both sounded odd in her ears. Maybe she would just close her eyes and think of England, like her governess had told her to all that while ago. Or she would think of the children that she would make with him. Children who would not be abandoned to schoolhouses, and never see their parents except for formal meals and inspections. Children who would be loved. Or maybe I will call him by his given name? Francis. Alexandra shook her head. That did not sound right either. She might just resort to calling him husband. Her hand circled her inner thigh, trying to imagine husband or Francis or your Grace touching her just so. None of them seemed to fit. Her finger paused, right next to the entrance to her heat as she mused. Her finger trembled, and she pressed it in, just a little, and then whipped it away in mortification, glancing fearfully at the door. If someone should catch her even thinking what she was thinking, it would be beyond the pale. She sat up, taking up the sponge, and wiping down her arms, heart pounding triple time in her chest. Her nipples pebbled from the sudden cold, as a breeze blew in from her open window. She shivered, unable to stop herself from cupping her own breasts, mind still on the marriage bed and what might happen within it. She did not want Summerhill's short, pudgy hands to cup her bosom just so. She did not want him running his finger against her nipple, bringing it to hardness. Her knees widened of their own volition, and she whimpered, aware of the warm water lapping gently against the heart of her femininity. She gasped, back arching into the gentle licking warmth, wishing it was stronger, but not willing to do anything to make it so. Her hand squeezed down on her breast, eyes closed, bottom lip caught in her teeth. The feel of the warmth against her core was slowly driving her insane, and she longed to touch but was too afraid to. She knew these thoughts were unbecoming of a lady. She knew she should stop. A soft knock on the door had her simultaneously sitting up and hunching over, shielding her flushed body from scrutiny. Magdalene poked her head in, a small smile on her face. "Oh, you're still in the bath, Xandra? Such a slowpoke. I hoped to join you for breakfast." "Well, since there is no one but us here, we should perhaps have it in the morning room. Why don't you go down and I shall join you momentarily?" Alexandra said, and Magdalene frowned. "Is something the matter? You sound rather breathless." Alexandra was grateful that the heat of her bath disguised the blush of her cheeks as a normal flush. Absolutely nothing is wrong, Magdalen, go on now. Magdalen gave her a doubtful look but still closed the door and left. Alexandra gave a sigh, finishing her bath in a businesslike manner, before putting on her frock, and rushing to join her sister in breaking her fast. They had their meal in companionable silence, before Constance came to chivvy them to make ready for their journey. They were to travel to town to begin to prepare for Magdalene's coming out. Already the invitations to events were waiting their replies, and letters were flying between Lady Easton, Lady Mumford, and Magdalen. Alexandra tried to remain an observer. This was Magdalene's time to shine, and all she wanted to do was support her sister. They were to travel by chaise accompanied by their ladies' maids and 2 footmen, and already their luggage was being loaded. Footpads were not so common this far from London, but that did not mean there were no risks. 2 girls travelling by themselves were always vulnerable. They were still excited about the trip, however. They sat in the carriage, Constance and Magdalene's lady's maid, Sarah, on one side, while Alexandra and her sisters sat on the other. 2 footmen rode on the back of the chaise, while the postboys led the horses. Magdalen kept up a constant chatter, talking about their neighbours, the countryside they passed and what they could expect in London. She had been too young to accompany Alexandra to her own coming out, so this would be her first experience of the season. Alexandra was torn between wanting to manage her sister's expectations, and letting her revel in the excitement as long as she could. All too soon they were drawing up outside their father's Mayfair residence, and their brother was waiting to meet them with a broad grin on his face. "David!" Magdalen exclaimed with a huge grin of her own, alighting from the carriage straight into his arms. He took her hands, touching his lips to both of them before turning to Alexandra. "Xandra, a vision as always," he said, arms spread out in welcome. "It's good to see you, David. Are you our official welcome committee?" "Indeed, I am, as father is delayed in Parliament." "You must be quite exhausted. Your rooms are ready for you. You may go up directly and freshen up." "You are a godsend, little brother. A prince among men." "Don't I know it?" David said, leading them into the house. It was a good start to their visit, and as soon as they freshened up, they descended the stairs to find glasses of port awaiting them in the drawing room, as well as their sister-in-law, Lady Mumford, and her aunt, Lady Easton. "We are so very excited for you, Magdalen," Lady Easton said. "I feel sure your season will be just as successful as your sister's, and you will secure an offer in no time." Magdalen merely nodded and smiled nervously, not being that well acquainted with Lady Easton. Alexandra reached out and grasped her hand briefly in reassurance, and then gratefully accepted her glass of port as they sat down to socialize. The door opened, and the butler announced that dinner was served. As they had their dinner, Lady Easton interrogated them on their plans for the season, what invitations they had accepted, and whether their wardrobe was up to scratch. "I am sure your provincial dressmaker did her best, but now that you are here, we should visit the milliners, seamstress and shoemakers. Your coming out ball gown, Lady Magdalen, have you taken measurements yet?" "We thought we would visit Bond Street tomorrow." Magdalen had her soup spoon hanging halfway between her plate and mouth, as she waited to see if she would have to answer any more questions. "Very good. I shall accompany you, as I know the best places to find suitable fabrics, and my modist shall be on hand to make you an unforgettable gown." "Thank you very much, my Lady Easton," Magdalen said, finally able to drink her soup. "Call me Aunt," Lady Easton said. "Now I expect you are tired, so we will not linger after dinner. Tomorrow is a very busy day." Magdalen and Alexandra exchanged glances, and then looked at their brother. "David, will father be joining us?" "Not tonight," the young Viscount said. "I expect you shall see him tomorrow." Magdalen nodded, and focused on the food on her plate. Alexandra reached out under the table, and squeezed her thigh. She knew Magdalen had really been looking forward to spending some time with their father, as she had not seen him since the previous Christmas, when he'd visited Ramsbury Manor to preside over Christmas dinner, distribute the annual gifts to all the servants, and receive homage from the cottagers. "That will be good," Alexandra said, to cover Magdalene's disappointment. A whirlwind of shopping, socializing, and answering correspondence made the next few days fly by. Alexandra had every excuse to avoid receiving the Duke of Summerhill, pleading occupation with preparing her sister for her coming out. In spite of that, the Duke still sent her daily letters, letting her know he was thinking of her, and looking forward to their meeting at Magdalene's ball. Alexandra tried to reciprocate his sentiments, but it was difficult, when every moment thinking about spending time with him was a torment. She could not stop thinking about the ubiquitous mole beside his mouth and having to kiss it perhaps, one day. In her spare time, she read books on facial markings, trying to acclimatize herself to them, and thus lose her ambivalence. She would not know if it was working until she laid eyes on the Duke, but somehow she suspected that her revulsion was still strong. She closed her eyes, thinking about the Duke, his tall, broad-shouldered visage, the beautiful green of his eyes, his dark hair that was a match for hers. The scar above his left eyebrow, that no doubt had an intriguing origin. Her father had done well for her. He had chosen a young man, a swell of the first stare, and clearly devoted to her if his letters were to be believed. There was absolutely no reason for unhappiness. Many a girl would give their right arm for such a match. I must stop feeling ungrateful. She turned over in bed, facing the open window, and tried to think of happier thoughts. She could see the sky from her window, stars twinkling merry and bright for her enjoyment. Attempting to lose herself in them, she got up from the bed and went to sit by the window. The clop of horses' hoofs drew her attention from the sky above to the road beneath her, where an undoubtedly late reveller was just now making his way home in his curricle. She wondered which of their neighbors it might be, and where they might be coming from. She imagined there was some rake ensconced in the carriage, in his altitudes, having spent his evening at cards or perhaps at the theatre. She wondered if Duke Summerhill would let her visit the theatre, once they were married. Perhaps she would walk out with him at Vauxhall Gardens, although father thought it was too common a pastime for a proper lady. Indeed, she would not be able to visit with him without a chaperone, and she didn't see the portly Lady Easton agreeing to join them on such a walk. She sighed, returning to her bed and tried to sleep. Chapter 4. Within a Misas. The Duke and his brother were fashionably late to the ball. Lady Magdalen Abbot's coming out was held at the Earl of Ramsbury's Mayfair Manor and, by the time Percy and Walter arrived, the place was a crush. Percy sought out the Earl to make his manners, and found him at the card tables with a group of his peers. He could hear the merry sounds of a quadrille playing from the ballroom. Percy turned to his brother. "Perhaps you will find a bride tonight," he said with a grin. Walter snorted. "I am in no hurry to get leg-shackled, brother. I shall await the joyous occasion of your nuptials before seeking a bride myself." "Your Grace," the Earl called, sounding both annoyed and pleased. "I was beginning to think you wouldn't make it tonight." Percy hesitated, not knowing what to say. He was a little taken aback at Ramsbury's attitude, because as far as he knew, he had no real obligation to be here tonight. Nevertheless, he smiled, turning to his brother, and gesturing for him to come closer. "May I present my brother, Lord Walter Bradford?" he said. Lord Ramsbury turned to Walter with a bow. "Pleased to make your acquaintance, sir," he said. He then turned to face the ballroom, gesturing for Percy and his brother to follow him. "Allow me to present my daughters to you, Lady Alexandra and Lady Magdalen Abbot," the Earl said, coming to a stop in front of two young ladies, who were sitting beside a buxom madam extravagantly dressed in an elaborate ball gown, hair perfectly coiffed in a grey wig, and adorned liberally with diamonds. For a moment, Percy was dazzled by the vulgar display of wealth, but then his eyes cut to the side. He caught sight of a vision in magenta and gold, long dark hair unadorned by any wig or frippery, framing a face that was at once heartbreaking and beguiling. He could not take his eyes off of her. He was drowning in her dark, fathomless eyes which swirled with confusion, seemingly beseeching him to save her. Percy froze, surprised by his own reaction to the maiden. So caught up was he in his thoughts, that he did not even hear her name. She rose from her seat, curtsying prettily in front of him. "Your Grace," Lady Alexandra said quietly, raising her eyes to his from beneath her lashes. For a moment his mouth was too dry for him to answer. He bowed to her, feeling his skin heat inexplicably. His hands trembled, and his heart pounded a staccato beneath his chest. "The pleasure is all mine, my lady," he said, taking her gloved hand in his and bringing it to his lips. He remembered that she was not alone and turned to her sister, Magdalen. He took her gloved hand as well, and touched it to his lips. Now that he had recovered his senses, he recognized the madam they were with. Lady Easton, a well-known member of the ton and one not to be trifled with. He bowed to her as well, and then presented his brother to the sisters and their chaperone. The formalities done, he immediately turned back to Lady Alexandra. "My lady, may I have the honor of the next dance?" Lady Alexandra curtsied again. "Indeed you may, Your Grace," she said softly. Percy had to lean forward to hear her, as her voice was soft and breathy but not weak. She seemed to have no care as to whether she was audible or not. She seemed to subscribe to the premise that if one wanted to hear what she was saying, they would make the effort to listen keenly. Her whole demeanor was reserved. She was withdrawn from everyone around her except for her sister with whom she kept exchanging loaded glances. Percy wanted very much to be the recipient of one of her loaded looks, but knew instinctively that he would have to gain her trust in order to be admitted into the inner sanctum of her heart. He vowed right there and then, that he would do everything that he could to win her. Next to him, his brother cleared his throat rather loudly, as if he wanted to get Percy's attention. Percy glanced at Walter, knowing somehow that there would be a quelling look in his eye. Percy hadn't even committed any transgressions. Yet. He refrained from rolling his eyes, reaching for Lady Alexandra's hand, even as Walter asked her sister, Lady Magdalen, to dance. Once on the dance floor, Percy had eyes for no one but his partner. She kept sneaking tiny glances at him from beneath her lashes, and he felt like he would do anything to make her look him in the eye. He cast about for something to say to her. "It is strange that I have not seen you before, my lady. Do you come to London often?" She stepped delicately to the minuet, before condescending to answer him. "I am not here often, no, Your Grace. In fact, the only reason I am here now is for my sister's coming out. And, of course, to visit my betrothed." He felt his heart jump in surprise when she spoke of her betrothal. There was curious emphasis to her words, like she sought to remind them both of her status. Emotion surged in his belly, and if he had known to whom she was promised, he might have called him out here and now. "Indeed?" he asked, attempting to regain his composure. "Indeed, Your Grace, though it is kind of you to ask. Your intended is indeed a lucky man, my lady. Forsooth, I feel robbed of the chance to woo you." A laugh escaped her. Percy suspected that it had done so unintentionally. Her eyes lit up like opals, and her face transformed from withdrawn and mysterious, to open and alive. Percy was transfixed, conjecturing that few people ever saw her like this. He felt a curious gratitude to a god he barely acknowledged, that he was now one of those people. "May I be so forward as to ask you for the next dance?" he asked. She laughed again, possibly in disbelief, and shook her head. "I cannot do that, Your Grace," she said. "My dance card is quite full." "In that case, my lady, would you walk out with me in the gardens?" She stared at him in disbelief. "Your Grace, I am betrothed to be married," she exclaimed reproachfully. "Indeed, perhaps you are, but that does not mean that you cannot break the betrothal," he said, very serious, even as she gaped at him in utter shock. She floundered, seemingly at a loss for what to do next, while he watched her with a slight smile on his face. He wanted the Lady Alexandra Abbot, and he would have her. The supper bell rang, and Percy held out his hand. "Will you do me the honor of allowing me to escort you to supper, my lady?" he asked Lady Alexandra. "Why, your grace, I am the one who would be honored at your favor," she replied. Percy did not hesitate to extend his arm to her, and together they walked to the supper room. He seated her at the middle of the table, and promptly took his place beside her, eager to engage in conversation and learn more about this intriguing young woman. "May I ask a question?" Percy asked Lady Alexandra. "Indeed, you may, your grace," she replied, with a modest inclination of her head as she picked up her soup spoon. "Who is your betrothed?" he asked, neglecting his own spoon. Lady Alexandra blanched in surprise. "That is a rude question for such limited acquaintance," she said. "Duke or not?" Percy laughed, picking up his spoon at last. "My dear lady," he said, "this is why I just must know. Not many people would have called me out the way that you have. Perhaps that is because you are not nearly as rude to them as you have been to me, your grace." Percy laughed again. "My lady, if I have been anything but unfailingly polite to you, I do sincerely apologize. Be that as it may, I still beg you to tell me who the lucky one is that has secured your hand in marriage." Lady Alexandra's laughter rang out, like the pealing of bells on Sunday morning, summoning him to worship. He could not help but respond in kind. "If you really must know, my husband-to-be is the Duke of Summerhill." Percy felt his heart sink. He had hoped that his competition would be a gobblecock, at least that way he would have some advantage. Nevertheless, he was not going to let the fact that her fiancé was his peer stop him from pursuing her. "Do you have tender feelings for Summerhill?" he asked, knowing it was a tad direct, but really needing to find out where she stood, if this was a love match, or if there was a chance he could change her mind. "Why do you ask me such things?" she asked, sounding most distressed. "I fear I have become enamored of you within the course of our short acquaintance, my lady. I would really like to know if there's any hope for me." Lady Alexandra frowned. "You are not enamored, your grace. You basically see something that is now beyond your reach and say to yourself, I must have it." "Indeed, madam, I would wish that were so. The minute I set my eyes upon you my heart ceased to beat for anyone else," he said, with not even the shadow of a smile. Her eyes lit up with delight although her face stayed solemn. "You are a toad-eater of the worst kind, your grace. You must stop this at once, or there will be the devil to pay." Percy smiled in delight, pleased to have an insight into the beguiling creature in front of him. "You are a dutiful daughter, Lady Alexandra, and I congratulate you for that. But I urge you just for a moment to consider the possibility that I am perfectly serious." Her eyes widened in surprise, and she studied him in a considering way. "Whether or not you are serious, your grace, it is too late. I am promised to another." If indeed this paragon was in earnest in his desire for you, he would already have married you by now. Since he has not, then I urge you most sincerely to break your betrothal and marry me instead. Just say the word, and I will challenge Summerhill to swords at dawn. We shall settle this like gentlemen, and then you shall be mine." Lady Alexandra laughed with derision. "But of course, you shall exchange me like the piece of merchandise that I am, your grace." "My apologies. That was crass and unworthy of you. I just meant that I would go to whatever lengths necessary to win your heart. My heart is at war with my duty. And my duty has already won," she said, seeming sad, and resigned to her fate. "A dutiful daughter is a comfort to her parent, but mark my words, your heart will win this battle, my lady." The lady almost smiled, stopping herself at the last minute. Percy applied himself to his food, knowing that he had rudely neglected their other dinner companions, and seeking to make up for that faux pas now. It would not do to start a scandal by speaking exclusively to a woman who for all intents and purposes was taken. He aimed to win her heart, not to ruin her. He fancied that he saw a flash of disappointment in her eyes as he turned away, but did not allow himself to hope for too much. She was the most beautiful flower in this garden, and he meant to pluck her and take her home. Percy was amused at the poetic nature of his thoughts, but even more convinced that Lady Alexandra was something special, if she could inspire his shriveled cynical heart to create odes to her beauty. As he ate and conversed with his fellow diners, his eye kept sliding toward Lady Alexandra, keeping an eye on her, noting her every reaction to his words. He could tell she was disappointed that he did not speak to her again, and that filled him with secret delight. She was not as indifferent to him as she would have him think. There was a chance that he could change her mind, convince her to break her betrothal and marry him. He did not know where this determination came from all of a sudden. He had had a plan for his future, for a wife, for the future of his legacy. But all that had gone out of the window as soon as he clapped eyes on Lady Alexandra. Percy could see Walter sitting across from him casting concerned glances in his direction, asking with his eyes if he was all right. His brother knew him well, and was undoubtedly aware that something had discombobulated him tonight. He was not ready to discuss it, however, and was glad of the press of people who stopped his brother from interrogating him. His mind was solely on convincing Lady Alexandra in any way that he could. He would work his charms on her if it were the last thing he did. Once supper was over, he took Lady Alexandra's hand in his, to escort her back to the ballroom. He was the very picture of propriety, his attention trained on her without saying anything inappropriate. She could not call him out or find an excuse to snub him or his company. He deposited her beside Lady Easton, and then bowed in thanks. "Is there anything more you require from me, my lady?" he asked. Her eyes were downcast, and he felt he was not mistaken in seeing the disappointment in them. He had made his case already, and now it was time to let her stew in confusion. He walked off, meaning to lead another lady to dance as propriety demanded. For the rest of the evening, Percy socialized with other guests, always making sure to be within sight of Lady Alexandra, but not so much as looking in her direction. He felt her gaze the entire time, like a brand upon his skin, and suppressed the instinct to smile. In spite of herself, she must be as intrigued by him as he was by her. He made up his mind to woo her away from Summerhill at all costs. He and Summerhill were barely acquaintances, and he did not know much about the Duke. What he knew of him did not convince Percy that he was deserving of a diamond of the first water, such as Lady Alexandra. Thus, Percy felt no guilt at aiming to steal her away. The night ended too soon, and he knew it was time to retreat and regroup. He had avoided Walter all evening, knowing that his brother could see that Percy was scheming. No doubt he would wish to quell Percy's more adventurous tendencies, but he could not let Walter do that. Not in this case, the stakes were too high. He made sure to take his leave of the Earl, complimenting him on an enjoyable ball, and congratulating him on his daughters. The Earl seemed pleased with the sentiments, but he saw Walter frown. "What are you up to, brother?" he asked as they waited for the carriage to arrive. Percy merely gave him an enigmatic look but said nothing. His brother would not dissuade him from his decided course of action. So, there was no need for him to know about it. Chapter 5. A most propitious meeting. Alexandra sat at her window, looking out into the night, idly picking up at a loose piece of thread on her night rail. Having taken her leave of Summerhill earlier in the evening, he had been held up by some business and was late to the ball. She had hurried up to her bedchambers, wanting to be alone. She mused at the peculiar turn her night taken with the arrival of the Duke of Greenwick. She had been taken aback at the way her heart had stuttered in her chest, when he looked into her eyes. It was just so compelling, so mesmerizing. His bold language, and his declaration that she would be his wife made her hands tremble with excitement, though she tried her best not to show it. He had flirted most outrageously, and then proceeded to ignore her for the rest of the evening. She did not understand him at all. What game was he playing, and why did she even care? Her betrothed had occupied her body, dancing with her 3 times, and then inviting her out for a stroll in the gardens. She had politely declined, knowing he would try to kiss her, or at least hold her hand, and she was not ready for that yet. Not with him at least. She looked up at the stars and wondered what might have been. His Grace, the Duke of Greenwick, had dark blonde hair perfectly styled, and his deep blue eyes did not fill her with revulsion at all, just the opposite. She had wanted to reach out and smooth a recalcitrant strand that kept falling in his eye as he spoke. When he smiled at her, she wanted to smile back. She noticed the rosebud shape of his lips, seemingly already poised to kiss her senseless. She wanted to lean into him, let him have his wicked way with her, like the most profligate courtesan. She knew all about ladies of the night. Miss Catherine had been quite thorough in her lessons on how not to behave in front of a man. She was startled when a stone hit the window at which she was sitting, and she reared back, unable to comprehend what was happening. When a second stone hit the window almost exactly at the same place, she understood that it was deliberate. She looked down to see who might be trying to signal her. She expected it was Magdalen, up to some mischief and looking for a partner in crime. She already had a stern look on her face as a result, meaning to tell her sister to go right back to bed this instant, before anyone else discovered that she had left the house. She almost jumped in surprise, when she looked down and saw the blonde-haired Duke she had just been thinking about, lurking outside her window. She gasped, and he looked up with a grin. "Come down and talk to me," the Duke called, seemingly unfazed to be at the home of a lady in the middle of the night. She could not speak with him with no chaperone. "Have you lost your mind, Your Grace?" she called, maintaining the exact same tone of sternness she would have had if it had been Magdalen outside. "I do not believe so, my lady, but I fear that I have lost my heart." "Fiend seize it!" Alexandra exclaimed. "You shall not play with me simply because you think yourself above the tenets of good behavior, Your Grace." "I do assure you I am not playing, my lady," Percy said, looking as earnest as a puppy that had done its business in the hall, and sought to pretend that it had no awareness of its faux pas. "Please come down and speak to me." "I can speak to you quite well from here, thank you very much." "Indeed, you can, my lady. But I would love to look into your beautiful eyes, and tell you why you need to break your betrothal and marry me." Alexandra let the peals of her laughter echo unchecked in her bedchamber. She was alone after all, with nobody about to look at askance at her. "You are a rake, and you seek to ruin me," she accused him. "Tell me what I can do to convince you, and I will do it, my lady," the Duke pleaded, looking earnestly up at her. "Leave and don't come back," she said, her voice trembling ever so slightly. "I will do anything but that, Lady Alexandra. For even after just an evening's acquaintance, I know that I cannot live without you." Alexandra sighed, giving up the pretense of disinterest. "Wait right there, I'm coming," she said, second-guessing her decision even as she made it. She unhooked her cloak, and covered herself with it, then slipped on her slippers. She crept out of the room, heading for the back stairs the servants used and out the back door. She crept to the garden that overlooked her bedchambers, where the Duke was waiting anxiously for her. He grabbed her hands in his, looking intently into her eyes. "My dear Lady Alexandra," he said, voice hoarse with feeling. "Please, Your Grace assures me that this is no game you are playing with my heart," Alexandra said. "'Tis no game, my lady. Merely the unfettered passion of a man in the throes of first love." Alexandra stared at him, not knowing what to think or what to do. What he said he was feeling, she was feeling too, and it scared her. Such emotion could only lead to one thing, heartbreak. Yet here she stood, her cold hands ensconced in the Duke's warm ones, and all she could think was that she did not want to be anywhere else but here with him. She wanted to laugh at such excessive emotion, and she wanted to cry with happiness and sadness. For even as she knew she had found something to live for, it was already an impossible dream. Her father would not countenance the scandal of a broken betrothal. Even though she would be exchanging one duke for another, she knew that there were far more considerations than their happiness involved in her betrothal. She could not merely go to her father and say, "Papa, I have fallen in love. Please allow me to break my betrothal to the Duke of Summerhill and marry the Duke of Greenwick." It was just not done. Everybody knew that marriage was not just about something as pedestrian as love. There were other considerations, advantageous unions, and making the best match one possibly could. Duke Summerhill was the best match her father could make for her. He would not entertain any dissent, and she dare not give any. Still, she did as she had desired to do ever since she laid eyes on the Duke, and ran her fingers through his hair. It was shockingly forward of her to do that, but she did it without a second thought. Her hands were already running through his delicate blonde strands, before the impropriety of touching a duke in such a manner occurred to her, or of touching any man. She gasped, snatching her hand away in mortification, but he reached out and encircled her wrist with his fingers. "Please," he whispered beseechingly. "Don't stop." She froze, staring into his eyes, drowning in their depths. She was in virgin territory at the moment, and she did not know what to do. She knew she should not be out here with a man, on her own, at night. If anybody were to catch sight of them, her reputation would be ruined, and her betrothal would be broken. She narrowed her eyes, wondering if that was in fact Duke Percy's purpose. But looking into his yearning eyes, she could not bring herself to believe that he would do that to her. Even though she had known him for only a few hours, she felt that he had her best interests at heart, and the feelings that he expressed were real. She felt that he was just as caught up as she was in this flaming thing between them. She could not define it, but she could feel it, an awakening light in her chest pulling her toward him like a magnet. She lifted her face to his, eyes wide and scared. It was permission for she knew not what, she hoped that he did. She watched his lips come closer to hers, and could not help but feel relieved at the absence of any moles. His lips touched her forehead briefly, and she closed her eyes in disappointment. Something inside her had hoped that his recklessness would extend to placing his lips upon hers. If she were to marry a man she did not love, she would have loved her first kiss to be with a man whose very presence rocked her to her core. His lips lingered on her forehead, and she felt them like a brand on her skin. Instinctively, she knew he would not go further without her explicit encouragement. So, she went up on her tiptoes, touching her own lips to his. She felt things she had never felt before, the strange sensation of his warm, soft wet lips upon hers, so near, so intimate, she could barely fathom it. It was unlike anything she had ever experienced in her life. The closest she had come was when her horse, Florence, put her tongue out and licked Alexandra's face, and yet not. She parted her lips, and he slipped his tongue between her teeth. She stood very still, assailed by sensation. The gentle sucking of her bottom lip, the feel of his teeth hard, wet, against the soft, delicate skin on the inside of her mouth. It was a lot to absorb. The Duke drew back, eyes sharp, watching her every reaction. She trembled in his arms, biting her lip to keep the feeling of his mouth on hers. "Am I ruined, Your Grace?" she asked quietly, torn between hope and despair. "No, my lady, you are not ruined," he said softly, gently. The blue of his eyes shone even in the dark night, swirling with emotion. "I need to go back into the house," she said, still feeling unsteady. "Indeed, my lady. Good night. Soon we shall be together for always." He let go of her arms, and she swayed, not realizing how much she was leaning on him. His hand shot out, clamping on her arm like a brand of iron. "Let me take you up to your room," he said. "No, Your Grace," she said with a laugh. "You absolutely cannot do that. I shall be all right. I only lost my balance for a minute." "All right then, sweet Lady Alexandra. I shall take my leave. I will be back on the morrow to speak to your father." Alexandra gasped. "No, Your Grace, please don't do that. He will not entertain your suit." "Very well then. I shall speak to Summerhill, and we will settle this like gentlemen." Alexandra shuddered at what settling this like gentleman might look like. She was afraid that there would be blood and death before this was done. But she could not in good conscience ask Percy not to try. She had already broken the betrothal in her mind. She did not think she could marry Summerhill, knowing full well the touch of another man's lips on hers, knowing full well how much she wanted that man's lips on hers again. She would let him do what he must. "Your Grace?" she asked, her voice low and hesitant. "What should I call you when it's just us?" The rumble of his laughter made her blush, and she withdrew her hand from his, head lowered in embarrassment. He reached for her quickly, recapturing her hands in his. "Oh no, my lady, do not be embarrassed. I was merely delighted at your naivete. Please, you can call me by my given name, which is Percy. Whichever passes from your beautiful lips with the greatest ease." "Percy?" Alexandra repeated in a reverent whisper. "Yes, my dear?" he replied at once. It was her turn to giggle. She covered her mouth, feeling mortified at the sound that had emerged from it. "Your laughter is beautiful, my lady," he said most gently, as if he divined her thoughts. "You are such a toad-eater," she exclaimed, even as her laughter rang out into the night. "Lady Alexandra, is that you?" Constance's voice was like a bucket of cold water emptying all over her. She pushed Percy away. "You have to go," she whispered frantically. "You cannot let Constance find you here." "I shall leave, my dear, but I will see you on the morrow," he insisted. "Yes, yes, whatever you like. Please go before she comes." She was still pushing him towards the exit, and at last, he turned around and disappeared into the night. She whirled around, just as Constance turned into the garden. "My lady, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Who are you talking to?" Alexandra trembled, unable to think of anything to say. I. Her lips worked trying to come up with a lie that would work, but she couldn't think of a single thing. Constance's face fell. "Oh, my lady," she said in a quiet voice. "What have you done?" "Nothing," Alexandra said, but Constance just continued to give her that tragic look. I was merely taking the air." She tried again, but could not quite disguise the shake in her voice. Constance walked towards her, taking her arm, and urged her forward. "Come on, my lady, let me return you to your room before anybody else comes. You should not laugh so loud alone when you are taking the air. It makes people wonder if indeed there was somebody else there with you." Alexandra let herself be led like a recalcitrant child. It was mere conjecture. She consoled herself. Constance could not know for sure that there had been somebody else in the garden with her. As long as she said nothing, then nothing could be proved. Her heart pounded from the excitement of almost being caught, or from the kiss, or being in Percy's arms. She did not know. All she knew was that she had never felt so alive in her life. She climbed into her bed and listened, as Constance closed her bedchamber door behind her. Her lady's maid's footsteps disappeared down the hall, audible in her sturdy shoes on the stone floor. She thought about sneaking over to Magdalene's bedchamber and confiding in her sister. But it really was late, and she had already been discovered out of bed once. Twice might be asking for trouble. Tomorrow morning would be soon enough. She closed her eyes, hand trailing down along the smooth, soft worn cotton of her night rail, a thin barrier between her hand and her warm flesh. Her body heated with excitement, the blood thrumming through her veins, as the core of her womanhood throbbed with feeling. She wanted something, she did not know what that something was. She grabbed at the thin material, bunching it against her belly as her legs crossed and her bosom heaved. "Percy," she whispered with longing, and her knees fell open, as the cold air brushed against her sensitive flesh. It was somewhat of a relief, but she wanted more. She had a feeling that if Percy were here, he would know exactly what she needed. She dropped her night rail down over her legs, eyes scrunched shut in mortification. What was she thinking? Chapter 6. There are complications. Percy burst into his London residence at 5 a.m. that morning full of pep. He was whistling a tune, and even deigned to do a two-step, as he deposited his hat and his cane by the front door. At this early hour, the house was too quiet, although no doubt the kitchen must be bustling. He felt peckish and called out to his butler. Rawlings. He heard hurrying footsteps coming from below stairs, and before long Rawlings appeared, his coat half unbuttoned. Percy lifted an eyebrow, looking his butler up and down in disdain. "Well, you are dishevelled. Did I summon you too early?" "No, my lord," Rawlings mumbled, hastening to button his coat. "We were not expecting you to be awake yet." "Yes, well, I have not been to bed yet." "Bring me a repast to my room as well as some hot water." "I desire a bath." "Yes, my lord." Rawlings disappeared back down the stairs. "And you shall call me your grace," Percy mumbled in annoyance, as he climbed the stairs to his bedchambers. He had inherited the house, as well as its servants, from his late uncle, and they had not yet gotten used to the change in title. Percy did not mind it much. He was Greenwick after all, whether they called him my lord, or your grace. Still, it rankled. He had just reached his door when the sound of a footfall made him pause. "Where have you been?" his brother asked, sounding irritated. Percy merely smiled. "I was not aware that I answered to you," he said haughtily, putting the full weight of his duchy behind the words. His brother took another step towards him. "I was worried," he said, his tone softer, and Percy felt a sliver of guilt pierce his heart. He and his brother had always been very close. They looked out for each other, having been the last survivors of an illness that had decimated their family. 7 years earlier, the Bradfords had retreated to Rouen in Normandy, where they held property. They had wanted to winter in France that year, before returning to the continent for the season. Agnes and George Bradford had taken their 3 children, Percy, Caroline, and Walter with them, as it was a family holiday. Walter and Percy had spent a lot of time running and riding, and getting into all sorts of trouble, while Caroline and their mother had spent their days shopping and sewing, and carrying out other womanly pursuits. Their father had ridden out, socializing with the neighbors, and conducting business deals. It was an idyllic time, until George had fallen sick, after riding through the thick fog which reportedly smelled of sulfur. The fog could be seen on the odd evening, but it had been indistinguishable at a distance, and had not completely disappeared until the next day. It had been dense in some areas compared to others, especially in streets. Walter and Percy had escaped most of the exposure, as they had spent their days exploring the castle, riding the horses, or swimming in the lake. Their mother and Caroline had been exposed as they shopped for muslin and bombazine, and caught up with the latest fashions. The sickness had become an epidemic. First, their father George had gone down with chills and lassitude. He had lost his appetite, and had complained of slight pains in his arms and legs. This had been followed by bilious looseness, nausea, and vomiting. They had summoned a physician, and all he had reported was that the contagion had been decimating the countryside. The Duchess of Ramsbury had wanted to leave, but by then her husband had been too weak, and her daughter had been getting sick. The Duchess herself could feel the lassitude taking over, as well as the chill. She could barely get herself to eat, and she had begged her 2 boys to stay away from them. She had called Percy aside, and had spoken to him. "You and your brother are not yet infected by this disease. Tomorrow you must take the stagecoach and leave us. We will be all right. Go to your uncle. He will look after you." Percy had wanted to cry and beg. He had wanted to stay with his family, but the Bradfords did not cry, and the Bradfords did not beg. Bradfords did as they were told. The Duchess had put the boys in the hands of the footman, Rogers, who had bundled them into a curricle, and had spirited them away from their family. It had been 5 days later, when the boys had learned that their father had begun to bleed at the nose, get headaches and high fever. That had led to delirium. His tongue had turned black and moist with green ulcers. 7 days later he had been dead. Caroline had followed 2 days later, and their mother had been the last to go. Percy had wanted to die. He had waited in despair for the illness to claim his brother and then himself. He would have taken the pistol to his brain if it hadn't been for Walter. Taking care of his brother had kept him alive. I do apologize for my insensitivity. I took a walk. Walter sighed. Did you really? Don't think I did not notice your interest in the Lady Alexandra Abbot last night. What did you do? Percy grinned, his brother knew him well. I just needed to speak to her, Percy said. Percy? Walter exclaimed in resignation. Are we to expect her father in the morning demanding satisfaction? Percy laughed. You wound me with your lack of faith, Walter. Walter sighed, shook his head and laughed. Why are you impossible, Percy? Why are you such a stick in the mud, brother? Percy retorted. Somebody has to be, Walter murmured, mostly to himself. Percy sobered. Walter, I am in love, he said. Felicitations. The lady is betrothed. So says the Ondits from her sister's coming out ball. Not for long, Percy said. Walter rolled his eyes. Whatever you're planning on doing, stop, he said. I'm not letting her go, Walter. I'm just not. What will you do now, Percy? What will you do? Will you challenge her betrothed to pistols or swords at dawn? I was thinking more of a game of cards, he said. Walter looked shocked. I beg your pardon? Summerhill is a man of honor, he would never agree to such a bargain. One never knows until one tries. It is not, after all, a love match. Summerhill is in no need of an advantageous marriage. Walter quirked his brow. So, is this a love match for you, or is it an advantageous marriage that you seek? Lady Alexandra Abbot is my heart, Percy said, narrowing his eyes at his brother. Walter lifted his hands in supplication. I meant no insult, brother, but how do you know that it's not a love match for Summerhill too? Because if it was, he would have married her by now. In any case, she feels no passion for him. She told you so? In not so many words, Percy said. Lud, please do not say you have demoralized her. Oh, ye of little faith, brother. She is no ladybird to be used and discarded. I did not say she was. I do notice that you did not deny that you compromised her. Percy did not want to lie to his brother, and so he kept quiet. Pon rep! His brother exclaimed in exasperation. Percy merely grinned. The belabored steps of the butler's feet ascending the stairs stopped their conversation. We shall speak later. At the moment I am exhausted. I need to get some sleep. Rawlings approached them, the heavy-laden tray in his arms. Behind him, 2 footmen carried buckets of hot water. Percy opened the door to his bedchamber, standing aside for the servants to enter. Rawlings put the tray down on the armoire, and then turned down the bed for Percy. The footman poured the hot water into the tub, and then they two left him alone. His valet emerged from the side room, and came up to Percy to help him with his clothes. Once he was undressed, he dismissed the valet, scooped up a mince pie and got into the tub with it. Thoughtfully, he mulled over his idea to challenge Summerhill to a game of cards. It was crass for sure, he knew it. He also knew that he was a blasted good card player, while he had heard that Summerhill was an excellent shot. Francis Godwin, the Duke of Summerhill, was a gentleman's gentleman. He showed the proper deference to his betters, and expected the same from his underlings. He first clapped eyes on Lady Alexandra Abbot when she was but a slip of a girl. He had been riding to his country estate, when he stopped at Ramsbury Manor because one of his horses threw a shoe. He was heading home from Eton, where he was on his second to last year. As he waited impatiently for the footman to have the shoe repaired, he decided to take the air. He was a little too restless to sit in the house, and wanted to stretch his legs. He walked along the Ramsbury Manor grounds, admiring the wonderfully landscaped flowerbeds, as well as the sea of green that was well-kept grass and tall trees. Rounding a corner, he was surprised to see a girl hunched over, sitting on a rock and humming tunelessly to herself. By her dress, he knew she wasn't a servant, but wondered what she could possibly be doing all alone, so far from the manor. "Little girl?" he said, thinking to return her to her governess before something untoward happened to her. "I am not a little girl, not anymore," she said, her words slurring worryingly. "Are you not indeed?" Francis had asked, tickled pink at her forlorn face, her long curtain of dark hair shielding her from his gaze. "No, indeed, I am not," she murmured, looking profoundly saddened at this state of affairs. "Well then," Francis said, "I offer you my congratulations on your womanhood." The girl pouted up at him. "Are you laughing at me?" She looked up, her eyes unfocused. Francis suspected she might have taken a little too much laudanum. Francis solemnly put a hand to his chest. "I swear to you upon my mother's name that I am in earnest." The girl seemed to ponder his words with excessive seriousness. "All right then," she said at last. He did not want to leave without finding out who she was. "What is your name, little princess?" "Alexandra," she said, sounding ever more miserable. "I'm pleased to make your acquaintance, Alexandra. My name is Francis." "Hello, Francis." She sounded woozy and uninterested. She was not even looking at him, but staring blearily at something that he could not see. "Hello, Alexandra." She looked up then, her dark eyes meeting his green ones. Looking into the liquid depths of her eyes, Francis felt something he'd never felt before with a lady connection. It was at that point that he knew that he was going to marry her one day. Percy woke up with the Duke of Summerhill, Francis Godwin, on his mind. He wondered if he should send the man a letter, asking to meet. But first, he thought he should speak with Lady Alexandra, and see what she thought. Of the two of them, she knew him better than Percy did. It then occurred to him that it was time to end his relationship with his chair Amy. He would settle a sum of money on her and wish her well. Monique would not be happy, but she knew when they started that this had an expiry date. That would be his first port of call. He needed to end the relationship without delay, so that he could concentrate on the new one he was embarking on. He felt himself to be the luckiest man alive, having found a potential bride who not only satisfied his need for a good dowry, but also stirred his heart. True, it was very pedestrian to get married for love rather than money, but if one could do both, then one was indeed very fortunate. He rang the little bell, summoning his valet, and made sure to dress very carefully. A gold waistcoat, black breeches, and the long black morning coat completed his ensemble. He wore a pair of fine black hessians on his feet, before descending the stairs for breakfast. Walter was already seated at the table, the day's newspaper in hand. He folded it as Percy came in, putting it aside in favor of conversation. Percy sighed, knowing that his brother was preparing to interrogate him, and he was not ready to answer any questions. "Not now, Walter," he said, trying to head his brother off. "Then when? I see you are suitably suited and booted. What do you intend to do today?" Percy smiled. "I intend to let my inamorata go." Walter's eyebrows rose. "You tired of her already?" Percy rolled his eyes. "Not Lady Alexandra, dimwit. My chair Amy." "Ah, the lovely Miss Monique." "Indeed." "What shall you tell her? That you have found another?" "She knows I am to marry," Percy said with a quelling frown. "I am sure she expects this to come any day. You shall not leave her to fade into pecuniary, will you? Knowing full well the effects of want on a person?" I think not. Walter smiled affectionately. You are a good man, Percy. Indeed I am. I have been telling you that for years. The butler brought in a platter, and Percy applied himself to his meal. His first call would be his man of business, from whom he would obtain a sum of money to settle upon Monique. After that, he might call on the local fencing club, where he had word that Summerhill was wont to frequent. Perhaps he would take the measure of the man, and try to gauge what the best approach would be to getting him to break his betrothal to the lovely Lady Alexandra. If he should refuse, then Percy would declare it an affair of honor, and call Summerhill out. Whatever happened, he would not lose the woman he had found. He stepped out, where his footman had a curricle waiting. Monique resided in St. John's Wood, in a semi-detached villa paid for by him. He would gift her the house for her loyalty and service. Thanks to his winnings from Lord Brimley, he could actually afford to do that now. Once he was free of her, he would call on the Earl and see how firm his plans for his daughter were. Are you sure about this, Your Grace? Monique said sadly, as he gave her the news. Indeed, I am, mistress. It is time. She sighed, flopping down on the settee in misery. I did so hope to persuade you to take me shopping. I am in need of a new fichu and some winter gloves. Perhaps a coat as well now that I will not have you to keep me warm. Her tongue snaked out, wetting her lips seductively. Percy smiled with a modicum of regret. She really was a lovely woman. Of course, my dear, I should be glad to accompany you one last time. Chapter 7. Misunderstandings abound. Alexandra was woken by Magdalen jumping up and down on her bed. She startled awake, shooting to sit up and deal with the perceived danger. She sighed, relaxing when she saw her sister. Magdalen, you have to stop this. You are a young lady now, you can't go jumping on people's beds. Sure. Magdalen waved her hands dismissively. There's no one here to see but you. Soon you will receive an offer. You will be someone's bride. You must start to comport yourself like an adult. Well, you received an offer, and you are not yet someone's bride. I think I have time. Alexandra sighed, unable to come up with an argument to counter that piece of logic. Come on, Alexandra, get up. We are wasting daylight. Let us go for ices at the Pot and Pineapple today. I am sure Lady Easton already has a schedule for us. Not until later this evening. We have to go to the theatre. But for now, you must come with me and get an ice. I have never been to the Pot and Pineapple, and you promised. Magdalen pouted prettily, making Alexandra laugh. Do not make cow eyes at me like I'm one of your suitors, Magdalen, she chastised. Magdalen jumped off the bed with excitement. So we're going? She asked, skipping about the bedchamber. Alexandra flung her blankets off, putting her feet on the cold stone floor. We shall if you hand me my slippers this minute. Magdalen hastened to do as she was told, just as Constance came in, with a tray and a pitcher of water. Alexandra washed up, and they had their morning meal together with Magdalen, chattering away in excitement. Once Alexandra had dressed in a suitable walking frock, and they were shod and cloaked, they left the house to take the air. It was a good chance for Alexandra to show Magdalen around London, since they hadn't had an opportunity before, with how busy their schedules had been. Now that the ball was out of the way, they would have a little more time to themselves, and could perhaps indulge in a bit of frippery and fun in the city. They left the house with a footman following discreetly behind them, and took to the streets of Mayfair. They watched the gentry go about their business, as they strolled along the thoroughfares. Once they got to Berkeley Square, they took a seat, and waited to give their orders. So many choices, Xandra, how shall I choose? Alexandra smiled. I recommend the cream ice, maybe some jellied fruits and caramel. I know, how about we take different things? I'll have those, and you can have the bergamot and Gruyere cheese with chocolate. We shall look like frightful gluttons. Alexandra protested. Magdalene looked around them, at the other people enjoying their confections. It was a little early in the day for the usual crowds, who liked to enjoy their sweets after a carriage ride in the park, during the fashionable hour. Still, those who were scattered about the square, or stopped their carriages to make orders, were making sure to get a variety of confections for their edification.
"I think we shall be fine,"
Magdalene said.
"Indeed,
I expect you will be back with some gentleman trying to court you." Magdalene leaned in.
yes,
"After you're married perhaps you can chaperone me.
that way we can both come."
She looked wistfully at Alexandra, and knew that her sister was thinking about them no longer being together. She was thinking about them living in separate houses, and not seeing each other every day. "You shall come and stay with me after the wedding, never fear, and I should be happy to chaperone you and your beau," she said softly. She thought about telling Magdalene about her encounter last night. Should she do it now or wait until later?
"What are you thinking about?"
Magdalene asked, as if she could read Alexandra's mind. Alexandra opened her mouth,
closed it, and opened it again.
"I did something last night." Magdalene's eyes narrowed.
"What did you do?"
"You remember the Duke of Greenwick? Father introduced us at your ball."
"Indeed, I do."
"He escorted you to dinner, did he not?"
"He did."
Alexandra hesitated, not knowing how to tell her sister about what the Duke had said.
"And?"
Magdalene prompted. "He wishes me to break my betrothal to Francis Godwin, and marry him." Magdalene's eyes were as wide as saucers as she stared at Alexandra, not so much in surprise, but as if she was teetering on the edge of being scandalized.
"And what did you say?"
she asked, which was not at all the response Alexandra was expecting. "I
did not say no." "Alexandra, you know father will never agree to this."
"I do know it, and for all I know, the Duke could be toying with my feelings." This seemed to surprise Magdalene. "Do you think so? He looked most earnest in his dealings with you last night." "I wasn't aware that you were watching so keenly," Alexandra said wryly. "I haven't seen you pay so much attention to a man in all the time that I have known you, Alexandra."
"Of course, I was watching."
"Oh," Alexandra said, feeling disconcerted. "I was not aware that I was that obvious." "Only to me, who knows you better than you know yourself," Magdalene assured her. "Very well. It would not do to create a scandal. Father would be most displeased." "He will be most displeased if you try to break your betrothal." "I know that." Alexandra's words cut off, as she caught sight of the subject of their conversation, emerging from the haberdashery, a woman on his arm. She stared in surprise, watching as they conversed for a while, before he handed her into a carriage, with a kiss on her fingers. Alexandra gasped, standing up and dropping her ice. "What is it?" Magdalene asked urgently, and then followed Alexandra's eyes to their source. She made a sound of surprise, and then grasped Alexandra's hand vigorously, urging her to sit back down. "Xandra, you are making a scene," she hissed, as a few people around them glanced in their direction, watching Alexandra's frozen form, her wide eyes fixed on Percy, as he turned from handing the woman into the carriage. His eyes happened to catch hers as he turned, and he stood across the street from her, frozen in place as well. "Alexandra?" Magdalene hissed again, pulling at her arm. The Duke started across the street, turning his head to make sure the road was clear of traffic. With the loss of eye contact, Alexandra seemed to come back to life. She grabbed at Magdalene's arm. "Let us go," she whispered urgently, already trying to drag Magdalene away. Her sister stood up too quickly, and in the process, tripped and lost her shoe. "Oh, for crying out loud!" Alexandra exclaimed irritably, and reached for the shoe that had rolled onto the bench they had been sitting on. "Come on, let's go." Magdalene limped a few steps, trying to pry her hand out of Alexandra's, so she could take her shoe and put it back on.
Alexandra, stop.
She whined, her sister's hand like a vice about her wrist. You shall bruise me. We have to get out of here, Alexandra said, her breath coming like bellows in her chest. She was seething with anger, mostly directed at herself for ever taking Percy seriously. Clearly, he was a rake who was trying to bamboozle her into breaking her betrothal, while he cavorted with that bird of paradise. It was probably all some game to him. Lady Alexandra. She heard pull behind her, and lengthened her stride, dragging her sister along with her. She could not believe the Duke was seriously trying to attract her attention in a public street. It was well known that she was spoken for, so he was courting scandal, and did not seem to give a figure. Oh, she had been so wrong in her assessment of him. She felt a strange pain in her chest at the thought, but dismissed it. Likely her corset was tied too tight. She would ask Constance to adjust it later. At the moment, she needed to get away from her tormentor. She began to walk faster, even as Magdalen complained. Alexandra, stop. I need to wear my shoe, she cried. Lady Alexandra? Duke Percy's voice was getting nearer. Alexandra walked faster. Suddenly a vice-like grip encircled the arm that was holding her skirts clear of the ground. Lady Alexandra, may I have a word? A grim voice ground out. She did not turn to look at him, or acknowledge him in any way. Excuse me, Your Grace, Magdalen said, sounding uncharacteristically stern. Alexandra turned to her in surprise. Unhand my sister this instant, or I shall scream bloody murder. Percy stared at Magdalen, as if dumbfounded, and then he released Alexandra's wrist, as if it burned him. My apologies, my lady. I was not thinking clearly, he said. I merely wished to, give your sister my compliments on her impending nuptials, he said to Magdalen, even as his eyes burned into Alexandra. Alexandra snorted in derision. There was no need to bruise me to do so, Your Grace, she said as coldly as possible, lifting her pale wrist where the clear imprint of his hand was apparent. He blanched, and looked remorseful. My most abject apologies, my lady. In my enthusiasm I quite overreached. Please, allow me to replace the ice that you dropped as you ran off, and let us. His eyes glanced at Magdalen, and then back at Alexandra. Speak civilly. Oh, I know everything, Magdalen said. You can stop trying to speak in code. Percy's eyebrow rose in surprise. Everything? Alexandra blushed to the roots of her hair. She lowered her eyes, looking away from him, and hoping her still innocent sister would not hear the sly innuendo beneath his words. Yes, everything, Magdalen said. You have plenty of nerve, Your Grace, confronting my sister in public, when you know that she is promised elsewhere. The Duke sighed. I merely wished to clear up any misunderstanding the scene that you witnessed might have caused, he said, eyes intent on Alexandra. I was merely wrapping up old business. Alexandra narrowed her eyes at him. Oh, is that what they are calling it these days? Old business? Percy rolled his eyes. What is understood does not need to be explained, he intoned solemnly. And what am I to understand from that display? Alexandra asked him sharply. The Duke looked around at the crush of people. Would you consent to walk with me in the park, where we can speak without fear of being overheard? Alexandra hesitated, but Magdalen reached out for her shoe, put it on her foot, and then grabbed Alexandra's hand. Well, come on then, she said. Let us walk. They adopted a leisurely pace, the Duke occasionally nodding to acquaintances, while Alexandra and Magdalen walked in front of him hand in hand. For all anyone knew, Percy was courting Magdalen, and Alexandra was chaperoning them to the park. They paid the entrance fees, and took a less travelled path, that meandered beneath the trees of a London park. Once they lost most of the pedestrians taking the air, Magdalen unhooked her arm from Alexandra's. I will wait here, she said. "You may walk away out of earshot, but stay within my sight." She was glaring daggers at the Duke as she said it, and Alexandra couldn't quite hide her amusement. "Yes, my lady," she teased, before taking a few steps away from Magdalen. She was not sure this was a good idea. But if Percy had an explanation, she owed it to herself to hear it. "Speak then, Your Grace." She could hear the bitterness coloring her words, and made no attempt to hide it. "I will not hide it from you, my lady. Monique has been my mistress for quite a few years now. This morning, I ended our carte blanche. The visit to the milliner's was goodbye. As soon as I met you yesterday, I knew that my relationship with Monique was at an end. My relationship with any other woman was at an end." Alexandra wanted to believe him, she did, but she was afraid of being made a fool of. She was afraid of breaking her father's trust. She wanted this man, she knew that, but she also wanted to do her duty. It was a painful dichotomy that she could not see how to resolve. Perhaps this morning had been a sign. A sign that she should continue to be a dutiful daughter who obeyed her father, and did not entertain silly romantic notions of love and family, that were at best an impossible dream, at worst a foolish nightmare. "Perhaps that was a mistake," she said coldly as she dared. "Perhaps you should go to her with a suitable gift, and apologize for your lapse in judgment." Percy regarded her shrewdly. "Oh, but I am very sure I did not make an error. What I am sure of, is that you are trying to make one now." Alexandra's face flushed in embarrassment, and she glared up at him. "How dare you presume to know what I'm thinking?" "You are not nearly as opaque as you imagine," the Duke said, his voice laced with amusement. Alexandra felt a growl building up in her throat. Annoyed, she turned away, the pulse in her throat throbbed visibly. She did not like how out of control this man made her feel. Suddenly, she missed her humdrum existence from the day before yesterday. She missed dreading nothing more hurtful than the existence of a mole on a cheek. The Duke of Summerhill wasn't such a bad choice, if one disregarded her total lack of passion for, and complete ambivalence to his grace. Her heart was on the line. She knew the heat that had suffused her body when Percy had put his lips on hers. She knew the helplessness of wanton need. Even now, as angry as she was with Percy, she wanted to reach out and touch him, even if it were just linking their hands together. His eyes, so intent on her, seemed to darken, as he stared first into her eyes, and then his gaze dropped to her lips. He stuck his tongue out, running it over his bottom lip, leaving it wet and gleaming. Was he trying to tempt her? Out here in the park? With her sister, not 10 steps away from them? Surely not. Unless he was the devil. Alexandra would not put it past him to be the devil. Who else would awaken such wicked feelings in her soul? His head was coming closer to hers. "Your Grace," she murmured under her breath, trying to remind him of where they were, because clearly, he had forgotten. He pulled back, face blanching. "My apologies," he murmured with a bow. "You make me forget myself." "Typical of a man to blame the woman," she answered wryly. He smiled, seeming to see something that filled him with happiness. "Indeed. We are a hopeless breed," he confided. "Yes, you are," she agreed, fighting hard not to smile back at him. He was still in her bad graces, and would have to strive very hard to remove himself from them. Chapter 8. Tea and Biscuits. Percy's heart was beating hard, torn between fear and passion. The fear of possibly losing Lady Alexandra even before he had her, and the passion ignited by the look in her eyes. Her eyes had gotten so hot when she was looking at him, that it was all he could do not to reach out, pull her to him, and ravish her mouth. He felt like he still might do it, he was not completely back under control. They were in public, in the middle of a park, with members of the ton taking the air a few steps away. Lady Alexandra's sister stepped deftly between them, saving him from scandal. "That's enough," she said, amusement shining in her eyes.
Percy stiffened, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully.
"May I invite you and your sister for tea at my residence, my lady?" he asked.
Alexandra's face filled with becoming color, but she shook her head. "We cannot do that," she said in scandalized tones.
"Why ever not?" Lady Magdalen asked, much to Percy's surprise. He had not expected to find an ally in her sister, especially after her dire warnings earlier. "Because," Alexandra stuttered, looking flustered and confused. "Are we not allowed to go for tea?" Lady Magdalen inquired, seemingly genuinely mystified. "Of course, we can go for tea, but we cannot go to the house of a bachelor for tea. Not without a chaperone." "But I thought you were my chaperone." Lady Magdalen smiled slyly. Percy was glad to see that she understood his intentions at once.
"Madame, I do assure you I have no ulterior motives.
I merely wish to invite you to have tea with my brother and me," he said earnestly to Lady Alexandra.
"Indeed? No ulterior motives? Are you quite sure about that?"
Percy smiled, enjoying what a cynical little chit Lady Alexandra was.
"None at all. I do assure you. We shall call upon you later."
"You can drop off your official invitation at our residence on Mayfair."
"I know well where it is," Percy said, his eyes twinkling.
Lady Alexandra merely narrowed hers at him. "I look forward to seeing you," he said with a formal bow.
"I shall take my leave of you now, and let you continue enjoying your day."
Lady Magdalen curtsied prettily. "Your Grace," she said formally. "My ladies," Percy replied with bow before walking away. He could feel Lady Alexandra's gaze upon him for a long time, like a warm bit of sunlight between his shoulder blades. He could not help smiling as his mood lifted, a feeling of excitement swelling in his chest. He hurried to his own residence. If he was to receive Alexandra and her sister for tea, then they had to get ready. He would perhaps invite his Aunt Sarah, to provide a suitable chaperone to the girls. After all, his goal was merely to spend time with his beloved, not to provide scandal for the ton, and be the subject of the latest tondit. Francis had just finished fencing, and was sitting down to lunch at his club, when he overheard the strangest conversation. Lord Brimley and his brother, sitting at the table behind him, seemed to be discussing an incident that happened on Berkeley Square on the morn. "I tell you, he was running after that woman in the most scandalous manner. He didn't care that everyone in the square could see him." "Do you think perhaps she was his secret lover?" Lord Brimley laughed. "Well, she's not so secret now if she was before. I thought she was betrothed to some duke or other. At least that's what I heard said." "So, he is messing with a taken lady?" "Typical. The man has no manners," the brother said bitterly. Godwin's eyebrows rose at this conversation. It was more suited to a ladies' sewing circle than a gentleman's club. It seemed to him that these brothers had a personal axe to grind. He turned around, unable to contain his curiosity. "Gentlemen, pardon my intrusion, but of whom do you speak?" Lord Brimley turned around. "Your Grace, I did not see you there," he exclaimed. "We were speaking of Greenwick, who might be having a scandalous affair with a betrothed woman." "Indeed? What woman might this be?" "Some country bumpkin who happens to be the daughter of an earl." Godwin's eyes narrowed. "Do you happen to know which earl?" Lord Brimley shook his head. "Indeed, I do not. I suppose I can find out if you really must know." Godwin hesitated, torn. He did not want to believe that it possibly could be Lady Alexandra. On the other hand, she fit the description to a T. Nevertheless, he shook his head haughtily. "Never mind," Francis said. "I should not have asked." He turned around to finish his meal, resolving to call upon his fiancée, and invite her out for a stroll at Vauxhall Gardens. Perhaps they could take in a theatre, and he could find out if there was any truth to this nonsense. He arrived at the Ramsbury Mayfair residence at the dot of 4 p.m. and rang the bell. The door was opened immediately by the butler, who seemed surprised to see him. "Your Grace," he said with a bow, reaching out to take Frances' coat. "I am here to see my betrothed." "Would you get her for me?" he asked. The butler paled, casting about as if for something to say. "Well?" the Duke prompted, increasingly impatient with all this delay. "Your Grace, Lady Alexandra, and Lady Magdalen have left to have tea, at His Grace, the Duke of Greenwick's," the butler said, causing Frances' heart to sink in his chest. "You don't say," he said faintly. "I am afraid I do, Your Grace," the butler said, looking suitably regretful. "Would you like to leave a message for her?" Francis shook his head. "No, it is fine. I shall see her on the morrow. Tell her to prepare to receive me for breakfast." The butler's eyebrows rose at this remark, but he merely nodded his acquiescence, and fetched the Duke's coat for him. Francis turned and left his mind, churning in confusion. He had to believe that there was some misunderstanding. Perhaps Greenwick was interested in Lady Alexandra's sister, the one who had recently come out. He had heard that Greenwick was in search of a wife, and the Earl of Ramsbury's daughter came with a good dowry. The Ondit said that Greenwick could use an infusion of cash for his properties. Yes, Francis decided. He must be wooing the younger Abbot daughter. He heaved a sigh of relief at having solved the mystery. No doubt Lady Alexandra's sister was high-strung, and that would account for the scene Lord Brimley had been discussing with his brother. It was nothing to do with his Alexandra. She was merely a witness to the shenanigans. His Aunt Sarah was wont to fall asleep at the drop of a hat. Indeed, Percy was surprised that she made it through the entire cup, before her head began to nod. He gently extracted the cup from her hand and placed it back on the table. Lady Alexandra and her sister were seated on the settee, across from him and his brother, while his Aunt Sarah had taken the armchair in between. Magdalen and Walter were having a lively chat about the New World, and whether or not savages did actually eat the hearts of their enemies. It was hardly the most appropriate chat to be having with a lady, but they both seemed to be enjoying themselves immensely, and Percy was not the one who was going to stop them from speaking on whatever they pleased. Lady Alexandra's face was pink with laughter, although she did not deign to participate in the conjectures. Percy took the opportunity to just look at her, and enjoy her pleasing countenance. He had thought perhaps that he would get used to her, and this visceral reaction he had to her presence would subside. Instead, it seemed to be growing every time he was with her. It was disconcerting, yet at the same time exhilarating. He had seen her returning his looks, although her gaze was much more discreet. He wanted to walk over to the chaise they were sitting on, and take her hand in his, kiss her knuckles, run his fingers along her palm, and feel the softness of her skin. He wanted to feel the silky smoothness of her hair against his naked chest, as she lay on him. He wanted the scent of her to permeate his home, so that anyone who came in would know who she belonged to. He missed her, even if she was just across the room from him. Her eyes narrowed at him, as though she could read his thoughts. He hoped she could. He wanted her to see how he felt. He wanted to know if she felt the same, and if she did, what she proposed to do about her betrothal. He was open to ideas indeed, he was ready to duel if that is what it took, to win her hand in marriage. "Your Grace, did no one tell you it is rude to stare?" Lady Magdalene's voice cut into his thoughts. "Please, Lady Magdalen, call me Percy," he said. Lady Magdalene's eyebrows rose. "Really? We barely know each other." "I feel like we are kindred spirits," Percy said with a grin. "Do you not think so?" Lady Magdalen harumphed. "I am not nearly as reckless as you," she protested. Percy grinned. "Nobody is as reckless as I am," he said, patting his brother with the back of his palm. "Isn't that so, brother?" That is absolutely true. Walter agreed, grinning as well.
My brother, the impossible Duke.
Is that an official title?
Lady Alexandra weighed in on their banter. Indeed, it is. Bestowed on him by the Prince Regent, in recognition of services to the Empire. Walter replied, and the sisters laughed.
Percy found that he was grinning with joy. Not only was Lady Alexandra the perfect wife for him, but she got along with his brother, the most important person in his life. Her sister seemed just as important to her, and he could see that they would get along as well.
It was fate.
Well, my brother likes to play the superior, but he has been my second more often than not, Percy said with a mock sulk.
Oh, I have no doubt.
He probably comes along to make sure that there is at least one level head in the room,
Lady Magdalen said.
Magda. Lady Alexandra said, widening her eyes at her sister. But Lady Magdalen just smiled impishly at her.
Oh, she's right,
and I think everyone in this room knows it, Percy said with a wave of his hand. His Aunt Sarah snorted awake, looked blearily around the room, and then her head dropped again, eyes closed. The four of them sat in silence, just watching her for a few minutes, before Percy heaved a sigh. Would you like some more crumpets? He asked, holding out the plate.
I'll have some, Lady Magdalen said.
Me too, Lady Alexandra said.
Yes, I'll have some too,
Walter said. Percy passed the plate around as if he was a common servant, feeling well pleased with the world. They enjoyed their tea in companionable silence, before Walter took a breath. Will you be attending the Willoughby ball tonight? He asked the girls.
I expect we shall.
Lady Easton has secured us invitations to nigh on every function of the season. That's good to know, Percy murmured, his eyes on Lady Alexandra. My betrothed will likely be there too, she said, and Percy winced visibly. Not for long, he said, biting into his crumpet. Did you say something, Your Grace? Lady Alexandra asked.
No, madam, I did not.
Are you enjoying your tea?
It's lovely, she said.
Good. They stared at each other, for a moment forgetting they were not alone in the room. Lady Magdalen? We have an excellent rendition of colonial life in the library. Would you care to see it? Lady Magdalen glanced at Lady Alexandra, as if asking for permission. Lady Alexandra favored Walter with a considering stare, before giving a slight nod.
Yes, I think I would, Lady Magdalen said.
Walter stood up. Then please allow me to escort you. He held out his arm, and she placed her hand on it, as he led her out the room. Percy stood up at once, and took her vacated seat. I have longed to be closer to you all day, he said. Lady Alexandra shook her head, pointing at his aunt. She is asleep, he said with a wave of his hand. There is no cause for worry. Lady Alexandra sighed. What are we doing, Percy? She asked earnestly, putting down her cup of tea and facing him. He shook his head. We are courting, I hope, he replied. Lady Alexandra nodded. Courting danger, that is true, she said. Percy laughed. Among other things. He moved a little closer to her. What are you doing, Percy? I just want to feel the warmth of your skin against mine. You drive me mad, my lady. If I am to call you Percy, then you must call me Alexandra. All right. You drive me mad, Alexandra. Your name is beautiful. Is it a family name? I do not know, she replied, and her face was downcast. Did I say something wrong? He asked with concern. No. It is just that I do not know much about my own family. My mother died birthing my sister, and I hardly ever see my father. Alexandra could well be a family name, and I would not know. You could check your family records,
Percy suggested. Alexandra laughed, shaking her head. What?
Did I say something amusing? Percy's mouth was already curved, ready to laugh as well.
It is just. You missed the point.
Percy leaned forward.
My abject apologies.
What did I say that was wrong?
Alexandra shrugged. Not wrong really, just beside the point.
Which was that I felt disconnected from my history, and reading a few entries in a Bible was not going to change that. Percy grimaced.
Ah, I see.
Well, I lost my entire family too, of a contagion. So, I do understand the sense of forced detachment you feel.
Alexandra reached out and put a hand on his knee. Looking in his eyes, she said, my condolences.
Percy reached out, covering her hand with his.
Thank you,
he said,
not breaking eye contact.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 9. A series of conversations. Alexandra felt like she was floating as they walked home. Percy had offered to avail his carriage to them, but Alexandra required time to reflect, and she felt the fresh air might be helpful. Unfortunately, there was not much thinking that she could do with Magdalen chattering away beside her. She loved her sister, she really did, but at that moment, she could really have done with some peace and quiet. She felt just as excited as her sister did about the afternoon. But she was also despondent, thinking that there was nothing that could surely come of it. Barring death or disgrace, she was honor-bound to her betrothal. She sighed, and Magdalen eyed her shrewdly. It is not too late, her sister soothed softly. We shall find a way to convince father that the Duke of Greenwick is the better match. Alexandra snorted. The Duke of Summerhill is established in the house. His land and property are prospering. He and father have been friends for a long while. Their political ambitions align. How is Percy to compete with that? But you are not happy, Magdalen protested. Alexandra laughed bitterly. Your naivete is very endearing, Magdalen, but it's best that you know now. Happiness is not a consideration when negotiating marriage contracts. Magdalene's face fell. Honestly, Alexandra, there's no need to be rude. Alexandra put her arm around her sister's shoulder, and kissed her cheek. 'Tis the way of the world, little sister. Protect your heart always. They walked the rest of the way home in silence, both of them deeply in thought. Alexandra had just finished with her morning repast, when the butler came in with a salver, bearing the Duke of Summerhill's calling card. Her eyebrow rose, even as her heart tightened with anxiety. Oh, does he wish to see me now? He awaits you in the drawing room, my lady. Alexandra's heart almost stopped with fear. It was too much to hope for, that the Duke of Summerhill was not here because he had heard something. She was well aware that they had made something of a spectacle of themselves in the square the day before. Rather, Percy made a spectacle of us, she thought with annoyance. She hastened to put on a suitable gown, made for lounging around the house, but also receiving visitors. It was a sky-blue muslin confection. She liked the way the pale blue ribbons at the high waist emphasized her less than luxuriant bosom, giving it some heft and weight. She critically examined her face in the glass, and fastened her bonnet, before descending to the drawing room to meet her fate. The Duke of Summerhill stood up as soon as he saw her enter, and she sketched a curtsy in return. Your Grace, she murmured softly, lowering her eyes so that her lashes brushed against her cheeks. He bowed to her, but his expression remained grim. Her heart sank. The suspicion that he knew was beating like a frightened bird against her breast. He gestured for her to sit, and she took the seat opposite him, folding her hands primly in her lap. Her eyes remained downcast. He cleared his throat, and she risked a glance at him beneath her lashes, seeing how uncomfortable he looked. They sat in awkward silence for an interminable time, before Alexandra remembered her manners, and hastened to find something to talk about. "The weather is lovely today," she said.
"Indeed,
"It is," the Duke replied. "Are you in flagranti with the Duke of Greenwick?" Alexandra was startled by the suddenness of the question.
"I beg your pardon, Your Grace?"
"I asked if you were in flagranti with the Duke of Greenwick."
"How dare you?"
Alexandra exclaimed, face flaming.
The Duke bowed. "My apologies,
my lady, if I have offended you.
There was talk at my club about it, and I knew it was most likely gammon. However, you are a green lady, and perhaps easily taken in, and so I thought I should determine the veracity of the claim, so I would know whether I need to call him out or not."
Alexandra considered fainting to get out of a reply.
However, she feared that if she did, it would be all the confirmation the Duke would need, to cause a terrible scandal.
She thought about falling on his mercy, declaring that she was gulled into allowing Percy to make love to her. That option did not sit well with her, however, as Percy had been nothing but honest with her, and there was no chicanery involved in their conversation. They had absolutely stayed within the bounds of propriety, if one discounted words of passion, and searing glances that set her aflame.
"Have you nothing to say?"
Her face was contorted in fear, and she drew in a quivering breath. "I cannot control what others say about me, Your Grace." The Duke adjusted his fob watch with painstaking care, and then adjusted his quizzing glass to peer at her. "Yes, but you can control how you comport yourself, my lady. I fear you have fallen short, if accounts of such distasteful wrong contrabound." Alexandra blanched at this.
"You go too far, Your Grace,"
she cried, though her hands were shaking with reaction. She had no guilt about her dealings with Percy. They had not broken the spirit of her betrothal, and there was no contract yet signed. That she wished to break the betrothal was purely a matter of conjecture at this point, and the Duke had no right to rail at her in this manner. Alexandra would not stand for it. She stood up, back ramrod straight, and stiff upper lip in place. "I am afraid I must ask you to leave, Your Grace," she snapped. The Duke adjusted his fob again, looking like he might mutinously ignore her declaration.
"I mean it, Your Grace.
I cannot in good conscience allow you to speak to me in such a way," Alexandra growled, her flaming face a testament to her ire. The Duke got to his feet with a sigh, and bowed deeply to her. "My apologies, my lady. I overstepped my bounds. Do forgive me." The Duke looked genuinely contrite, and Alexandra relaxed her stance, for she would allow that he did indeed have a reason for annoyance. It was time to placate him as best she could. "I accept your apology, Your Grace. Will you have tea with me?" Her face softened, and she smiled at him. "I should like nothing more, but I am expected at the house, and cannot tarry," the Duke said stiffly. Alexandra suspected he was not quite as placated as she might like him to be. She sighed, hoping he would not take his grievances to her father. The Earl would have them married in a trice, if he thought there was any chance that her reputation might be ruined. She felt her knees go weak, and she sat back down quickly lest she fall. This game she was playing could not go on for much longer. She would need to sever ties with Percy, or else break her betrothal. "Very well, Your Grace. I am feeling a little faint, so I will not see you out." Francis took her hand, and bowed over it, touching his lips softly to her gloved hand. "Indeed, I will let you lie down now. I expect I shall see you at Lady Mayfair's supper party." "Indeed, you shall, Your Grace. I look forward to our evening. I hope you will grant me the honor of the first dance?" the Duke said, still keeping hold of her hand, even as he straightened up. Alexandra smiled politely. "I would be most pleased," she said. The Duke nodded his thanks and then took his leave, leaving Alexandra in a tizzy. She wheeled around, hurrying toward the door, calling for her sister. What has happened?" Where is the fire? Magdalen asked, hurrying down the stairs. He knows. Alexandra breathed. Magdalene's face paled. Who knows what? She asked nevertheless. Oh, don't be a ninny. You know who. You know what. We are ruined. Alexandra wailed. Xandra, calm down. Magdalen said, putting a quelling hand on Alexandra's wrist. Come, let us walk in the garden, away from listening ears. Alexandra nodded jerkily, allowing her sister to lead her outside. There was a light drizzle, but even without parasols, they braved the weather anyway, moving toward the gazebo at the bottom of the garden. Alexandra's racing heart slowed down as they walked, and the brisk wind on her face cleared her mind. What are we to do? She asked her sister. Magdalen shook her head. It is a curious position we occupy, where we must patiently wait upon the men to do as they will. Your Percy will go to our father and offer his suit. Father will either listen, or reject him. Then you have the choice of running off to Gretna Green, or accepting your fate, and marrying the Duke of Summerhill. I cannot tell you which to choose, dear Xandra, for both have incumbent consequences. Indeed, I know it. My heart and my duty are at war. Which will win this battle will determine my next course of action. I propose a compromise, Magdalen said. Alexandra nodded for her to continue. What if your duty and your passion were not separate things? What if you could fulfill both? But I can't. You do not know that. Perhaps you can find out from father what he hopes to gain from this marriage. Perhaps he could obtain it from the Duke of Greenwick. Perhaps he cares for you as his daughter. Those are a lot of mayhaps you are relying on, Magda. Indeed. But until we are certain that there is no recourse, I refuse to lose hope. They fell quiet, hearing footsteps approaching. Constance rounded the corner of the garden, and stopped short when she caught sight of them. Lady Alexandra, His Grace, the Duke of Greenwick, is here to see you. Constance's face was the very picture of disapproval. Magdalen and Alexandra exchanged glances. Oh, Alexandra said. And where have you put him? He's right here, a voice said behind Constance, and all three girls squeaked with surprise. Constance gave a little jump, turning to face the Duke. Your Grace, you gave me quite a fright, Constance said, hand on her heart. My apologies, he said with a cheeky bow. Constance walked off quickly back to the house, as Alexandra and Percy regarded each other warily. Well, I shall just walk over there by the pond, Magdalen said quietly. Thank you, Lady Magdalen, Percy replied with a bow, and then he took a step toward Alexandra. She raised her palm, bidding him stop without words. Don't come any nearer. Why not? I fear we are stretching the bounds of propriety as it is. We cannot afford any more mistakes. Percy's face fell. Are you saying we are a mistake? Alexandra was already shaking her head before he completed his sentence. Absolutely not. We are not a mistake. But the situation is delicate, and needs to be handled as such. Percy nodded. Understood. So why are you here this early? Alexandra asked, mainly to dispel the air of disquiet that had descended upon them. Percy's smile was slightly condescending. I did say I would call upon you today. Alexandra bowed her head in acknowledgement, hands crossed primly upon her skirt. You did indeed, she said. But you should know that you are not my first guest this morning. Percy's eyebrow went up. Who, pray tell, preceded me here? Can't you guess? Percy sighed, looking away, and then back at Alexandra with weariness. Summerhill was here. Yes, he was, and he had some questions. Questions? Yes, questions. He boldly asked me if I was in flagranti with you.
I was quite lost for words.
Percy looked thoughtful.
And you denied it? Of course, I did. Alexandra was quite affronted that he should ask, even though she knew he had every reason to. I came this morning, because I wanted to consult you on my next course of action, Alexandra. I wish to pay a call to the Duke, and ask him to withdraw his suit. Barring that, I thought to call on your father, and present him with an offer.
Nothing has been signed, am I right? Should he hear of a better offer, your father is free to take it?
Alexandra shook her head.
In truth, no contract has been signed, nor has anything happened that cannot be undone. However, my father is an obstinate man, and not to be swayed by any tender feelings you might confess.
Percy smiled.
Why don't you leave that to me, my lady?
I have been known to change a man's mind, that he thought quite made up.
I pray you do not overreach, Alexandra murmured.
I won't, my dear. Do you not trust me? Alexandra regarded him thoughtfully, wondering that for all she had known him for nary a day and a half, she did trust him. She found that exceeding worrisome. She had not had much to do with strange men before she came into the city, and therefore could not predict how she would react to them, but it seemed to her that the camaraderie between them had developed preternaturally fast. Perhaps she would ask Lady Mumford if it had been the same for her and David. They certainly seemed to be happy enough. Francis Godwin watched from his carriage across the street, as the Duke of Greenwick exited the Ramsbury residence. His hat was set at an entirely too jaunty angle, and his face flushed with more than the bracing wind. The Duke of Greenwick passed within a mise-ass of the carriage, but did not deign to glance at it, nor to note the poisonous glare of its single occupant. Francis watched him, until he was out of sight, before banging his cane twice on the floor of the carriage, signaling it was time to leave. He did not know what was transpiring with the Earl of Ramsbury's daughters and Greenwick, but he meant to find out. The House sat the next morning, and Francis was in the front row, determined to catch Earl Ramsbury before he left. He needed to have a conversation with his father-in-law-to-be, about the supervision of his daughters. If indeed there was no havey-cavey business between Lady Alexandra and Greenwick, then for the sake of her reputation, the Earl should forbid Greenwick from associating with his daughters. It was only right, in Francis' opinion, that a man guarded his daughters against even the appearance of impropriety. Francis was only trying to avert an avoidable disaster. As Lady Alexandra's betrothed, it was his duty to do so, to ensure that her purity remained unquestioned. As soon as the voting on the new bill was done, and a break was called, Francis got to his feet, scanning the room for the Earl. He saw him stepping out, and made haste to follow, and caught up with Lord Ramsbury just as he emerged from the necessary. He paused, giving him time to compose himself before approaching. "Good morrow, good sir," he said. "Duke," the Earl replied with a suitable bow. "I have some concern I would like to share with you," Francis said. "Indeed?" the Earl replied, indicating that they should walk. They set off at a leisurely stroll around Westminster, as Francis composed his words carefully. "I am perturbed by whisperings going the rounds, pertaining to your daughter and a certain duke." The Earl's eyebrows went up. "My daughter, you say?" Francis looked at him straight in the eye. "Indeed so, your daughter Lady Alexandra?" The Earl stopped walking. "Sir, I do assure you, my daughter is a stickler for propriety." "I am sure she is. But this ne'er-do-well duke has been known to gull more than one fair maiden." The Earl drew himself to his full height. "Duke, I will not tolerate such language being used in respect to my offspring. She has done nothing to deserve this insult." Francis hastened to correct that impression. "My lord, I do not accuse her of anything. I purely wish to not see her ruined by unfortunate association." The Earl sucked in his breath, his face red with ire. "I shall look into it, rest assured."
Now we must hasten back, for the bell has been rung." With narrowed eyes, Francis watched the Earl walk away. He was not satisfied that his demands were being taken with the seriousness they deserved. His hands tightened into fists, digging so deep in his palms that they drew blood. Chapter 10. A Princess is Whisked Away. Magdalen woke up late the next day, wondering why no one had come to get her out of bed. She knew that Lady Bradbury had planned a full day of activities for her sister and herself. They also had a letter from their father, late the previous evening, to let them know that he would be calling upon them to discuss an important matter. He was currently ensconced in his rooms near Westminster, which were convenient to him for Parliament, and removed him from the atmosphere of feminine excitement that currently permeated his residence at Mayfair. She was quite sure that the meeting they would have did not bode well for them, and had fully expected Alexandra to come knocking quite early, to discuss in detail what they might be facing. They were expected at Lady Somerset's for a musicale, followed by an afternoon ride down the Ladies' Mile. In the evening, there was to be a production at Covent Garden, followed by supper at the Mumfords' residence. It was quite a full day, and Magdalen was looking forward to it. She did not enjoy the soirees as much as she liked the balls, for she had discovered that dancing was quite an enjoyable pastime. However, she had never been to a play before, and was determined that she would enjoy it, whatever her father had to say to them. She got up and completed her toilette, before descending to the morning room for breakfast. She was surprised to find it empty, and looked around for a servant, preferably Constance, to ask where Alexandra might be. She found only the butler, and so directed her inquiry to him. "James, has my sister not come down yet?" "No, my lady, she has not," he replied. Magdalene's brow furrowed. "That is exceedingly strange." "Indeed, it is, madam." Her lady's maid tried to knock on the door, but it was locked, and she did not respond, he said. Magdalen was increasingly perturbed. This was not like Alexandra at all. "Excuse me while she said, getting up on her feet, and leaving the room without bothering to finish the sentence. She took the stairs two at a time, skidding to a halt in front of Alexandra's door. She banged on the door. "Sister, are you in there?" There was no reply. She turned to the butler, who had followed her up the stairs. "James? Is there any way you can get this door open?" The butler looked quite scandalized at the very suggestion. "I can summon one of the footmen to break it down, perhaps?" Yes, do that," Magdalen said, quite beside herself. "Reggie apprenticed with a blacksmith before he joined us. He should be able to get it open." Magdalen nodded frantically, not really understanding what apprenticing with a blacksmith had to do with opening Alexandra's door, but willing to agree, if it would get the butler to move faster. He disappeared down the stairs, quickly returning with a tall, broad-shouldered, strong-looking fellow, dressed in the green and gold livery of the Ramsbury Manor. Magdalen nodded approvingly, feeling like he would definitely be able to get the door open, and moved aside to give him room. He slammed his shoulder into the door, and it shuddered but did not budge. He tried again with similar results. "I think I'm going to have to break it down with an axe, governor," he said to the butler. James looked to Magdalen for permission. Yes, she said impatiently. "Get you an axe, we need to get the door open." "My poor sister, what could have happened to her?" The footman disappeared back down the stairs, but soon was back lugging an enormous axe with him. Magdalen took 2 involuntary steps back, hand laid flat on her chest, bosom heaving in fear. The footman raised the axe above his head, and brought it down against the side of the door. Splinters flew everywhere, and Magdalen took another step away with a gasp. "Alexandra?" she called through the hole in the door. There was no answer. The footman hacked at the door again, causing it to fall off its hinges, and land with a crash on the floor. Magdalen hurried forward, even as the footman stepped back to peer into the room. It was empty. Magdalen gave a long despairing wail. She paced up and down in the corridor, trying to think, as the butler kept asking her what they should do. "You should write a letter to your father right away, and inform him of this, my lady," James said. Magdalen merely shook her head, wringing her hands, as she tried to think what to do for the best. What if the Duke of Greenwick had persuaded her sister to run off with him to Gretna Green? If that were so, they would need the head start. She did not want to be the one to alert their father to Alexandra's whereabouts. On the other hand, why would Alexandra do such a thing without telling Magdalen, so that she would know to cover for her? It made no sense. And what if she was standing here, wringing her hands, and Alexandra was in some trouble? She stopped pacing abruptly, and turned to James. "See if there's a note, will you?" He hesitated but for a moment, before stepping through the gap left in the doorway, and searching the room. "I do not see any, my lady," he said. "And it does not look like she packed any clothes." Magdalene's heart sped up, as she considered the possibility that some harm had come to Alexandra. Who could she turn to? She had no idea. And then her face lit up. The Duke of Greenwick would surely help her, or he would know where Alexandra was. "Bring me a foolscap," she ordered James. "Also a quill pen, an inkstand filled with ink, penknife, and a writing box." "Yes, my lady." James bowed with relief, undoubtedly thinking she was writing to her father. Magdalen sighed, making her way to her room to wait, tapping her foot impatiently. Any mistake she made could cost Alexandra her reputation. She had to be extremely discreet. She rang the bell, and Sarah, the lady's maid, came to her. "Sarah, fetch me Constance, please," she asked. Sarah bowed, and went to do as she was bid. Magdalen got up from her bed and began pacing, again too anxious to be still. A discreet knock was followed by James, carrying the items she had requested. She took them from him, dismissing him at once, and settled at her armoire, where she got to writing at once. "Dear Duke of Greenwick," she began. "I write to you with some urgency about the matter of my sister. I woke this morning to find her gone, and have no idea where she might be. Your assistance in this matter would be highly appreciated. Yours sincerely, Lady Magdalen Abbot." She read it again to herself and nodded. "That will certainly do. Giving enough information, but not too much." Hopefully, he would divine the urgency of her missive on his own. Another knock on her door had her looking up, to see Constance peering in at her, looking most perturbed. "Yes, my lady?" she said with a proper curtsy, something Constance rarely bothered with. Magdalen held out the letter. "I need you to take this to the Duke of Greenwick," she said sternly. Constance looked down at the letter, and then back at Magdalen. "My lady, are you sure this is the right course of action?" she asked, and Magdalen blanched. "Do you question me, Constance?" she asked, as haughtily as she could manage, when her chest was heaving with uncertainty. Constance dropped her eyes. "No, my lady, of course not," she said, reaching out for the letter. "I just fear bringing scandal down on Lady Alexandra. I'm sure she would not wish that." "Well, neither do I, Constance," Magdalen said sharply. "Now go. Deliver the missive. Be as discreet as you can." Constance sketched a curtsy. "Yes, my lady," and then turned and left. Magdalen sighed, feeling in over her head. She hoped she was doing the right thing. Percy read Lady Magdalene's letter in horror. What was the meaning of this? Where could Alexandra be? He decided to call upon their Mayfair residence at once, to discover as much information as he could. Very likely foul play was to blame. Another alternative was that Alexandra has walked out on her family of her own volition. Being such a dutiful lady as she was, it seemed unlikely. She would have at least left some notice for her sister, who she clearly loved very dearly. In any case, she had made no indication that she planned a journey upon the discourse the day before. And she would not have gone on a journey without her lady's maid. Ergo, she had either decided to take the air without informing a single member of her household, or else some misfortune had befallen her. Percy made haste to go and find out which it was. He arrived at Mayfair at the same time as the Earl of Ramsbury. They stopped short, regarding each other in surprise at the door.
"Duke," Lord Ramsbury said.
"Ramsbury,"
Percy replied.
"Pray tell, what brings you here so early in the morning?"
Lord Ramsbury asked.
Percy hesitated, not knowing what to say or how much. Did he know his daughter was possibly missing? Seeing no benefit in hiding that fact from him at this juncture, Percy took a deep breath, deciding to tell the truth. "I received an urgent note, informing me that Lady Alexandra's whereabouts were currently unknown, and that my help in this matter would be appreciated." The Earl frowned, seemingly surprised at this turn of events. "Whereabouts unknown? I have heard no such thing," he declared, before seeming to take in what Percy had said.
"Your help, you say?
What possible help could you give in such a matter?" "I cannot know, until I have ascertained the circumstances surrounding Lady Alexandra's disappearance. If you will allow me, I would like to inspect her quarters." "I had no idea you were in the private inquiry business." "How very odd," Lord Ramsbury said, to Percy's surprise. "He is taking the news of his daughter's abscondence exceedingly well." "It is strange," Percy said.
"Not at all,
sir. I simply have experience in these matters due to my work with the Crown." The Earl's eyebrows went up. Undoubtedly this was the first he was hearing about Percy working in His Majesty's services. "Very well then," he said, gesturing for Percy to precede him. Percy stepped into the house, and waited for the Earl to direct him. Before either of them could move, Lady Magdalen was hurtling down the stairs towards them. "Lords, Your Grace, I'm so glad you are." She stopped short, seeing her father behind him. "Father," she whispered aghast. "Magdalen, what is this I hear about your sister allegedly missing?"
"Why did you not have me notified at once?"
he asked, a worried frown marring his forehead. Lady Magdalen paled.
She said,
eyes darting frantically between Percy and her father. Percy stepped forward effectively, shielding her gaze from the Earl's ire. "My lady, show me the last place you saw her, and tell me everything," he said in the softest soothing voice he could manage, while his heart beat with anxiety for Alexandra. Lady Magdalen turned obediently, heading for the stairs, talking quite fast. "I slept late this morning, and when I woke up, I wondered why Alexandra had not been to wake me, so I came downstairs, and I asked James if he had seen her, and he said no, and he said that her room was locked, and when Constance tried to get in, there was no response. So, he got the footman, the big one, with an axe to open the door, and there was nobody in the room, there was no note, there was nothing, all her clothes are there, I don't know where she could be," she babbled. Percy nodded along, trying to make sense of her words. He came to a surprised stop, as he saw Alexandra's destroyed doorway.
"Oh."
He stepped in the room, being careful not to disturb anything. He walked around, unable to help noticing the seemingly abandoned corset, thrown carelessly upon the bed in all its blue lacy glory. He cleared his throat, wrenching his eyes away, admonishing himself to focus on the job at hand. He searched along the floor for clues, trying to decipher what could have happened. Moving to the window, he noted that it was already open. He turned to the room at large. "Did anyone open this window this morning?" he asked. Everyone shook their heads. He turned back to the window, brushing his hands along the pane, to check for any pieces of cloth that might have been cut off from a gown. He did not find any, but casting his eyes down to the floor beneath the window, he spotted a white kerchief. He bent down, picking it up with 2 fingers, and brought it up to his nose. The pungent sweetish odor of ether assaulted his senses, and he threw the kerchief back down. Foul play has definitely happened here. Lady Alexandra has been kidnapped, he declared. There was a gasp from the doorway, and he looked up to see Lady Magdalen, hands over her mouth, eyes wide and scared. I will get her back, he said determinedly. Lady Magdalen nodded slowly, but the fear did not leave her eyes. The Earl cleared his throat, moving into the room past his daughter, and coming to a stop beside Percy. Are you quite sure of this? He asked, a certain pallor to his features letting Percy know that he did indeed care for his daughter's welfare. Percy bent down, and picked up the kerchief still with his 2 fingers, handling it carefully to Ramsbury. Smell for yourself, sir, he said, as he turned to the window. And there are scuff marks as of a shoe, with traces of mud in the print. Somebody climbed through this window. Since Lady Alexandra was undoubtedly unconscious as they left, I suspect that at least 2 scoundrels abducted her. There is no time to waste. We must get her back. The Earl heaved a shaky breath. We need to get a Bow Street runner at once, he declared. Percy nodded. Yes, sir, proceed to do that. I will find a tracker and follow the trail. They were interrupted by a noise from the doorway. What is going on here? The Duke of Summerhill asked. Everyone turned to face him in surprise, for he had not been announced. Summerhill took a deep breath. Forgive me, but your door was open. I rang but no one came. I thought it best to find out if anything was amiss. Magdalen made a noise of extreme distress. Percy looked away, his mouth pursing with annoyance. Lord Ramsbury took an uncertain step towards Summerhill. It would appear that some misfortune has befallen my daughter. Summerhill's eyebrows rose in surprise. Is that so? What misfortune could have found her? Lord Ramsbury looked between Percy and Summerhill. Someone seems to have abducted her, he said. Summerhill frowned, his face paling, as he stepped closer to the Earl. That is indeed unfortunate, he said quietly. What can I do to assist you? I was just about to send for a constable, Ramsbury replied. And the Duke here has offered to track the clues, and perhaps find Alexandra before it's too late. Indeed? Summerhill said, aiming a glare at Percy. And what business is it of yours, Greenwick? Percy barely restrained himself from rolling his eyes. She is a particular friend, Summerhill, he declared, and heard Magdalen gasp. I care for her deeply. He then walked out, not bothering to register the reactions to his declarations. He needed to find Alexandra as fast as possible, because Lord knew what nefarious reasons she had been kidnapped for. Percy could hardly bear to think about it. Chapter 11. Civil Whiskers. Alexandra jerked awake, sitting upon what she realized was a bed with hair flying in her face. She swung her head from side to side, trying to take everything in. She did not recognize a thing. Although she knew for sure, she was not at home. She remembered getting a note from her father the night before, of sharing it with Magdalen. She remembered the glances of trepidation they gave each other, before retiring for the evening. She remembered changing into her night rail and getting into bed, even closing her eyes and attempting to sleep, thoughts swirling in a way that let her know it would not be easy to shut her mind down. Now she was in this strange place, and she had no idea how she came to be here. She looked down at herself, seeing that she was still clad in her night rail. Someone had thrown a light blanket over her, but otherwise, she was as exposed as any bird of paradise. Her heart began to pound in fear, and she wondered, if she should scream, would anyone come to her aid? She scrambled off the bed, then onto her feet, only then realizing how cold the stone floor was. She ignored her discomfort, crossing over to the door and attempting to open it. It would not budge, and as her attempts got increasingly frantic, her breath was coming in little huffs as tears poured from her eyes. Help! She screamed, hoping someone would hear her.
Help. She rattled the door trying to dislodge it, but it was locked.
She rushed to the window, hands flying from side to side, looking for something to unlock it, but there was nothing.
The window was solid, there would be no going out that way. She peered out desperately, trying to catch sight of somebody, anybody, who could offer her assistance. She did not recognize this place, but was quite sure it was still in London, for in the distance she could see the tower.
She knew she was in a cottage, because she could see the next one out of her window. She concluded that she must be ensconced at a terrace, which meant other people were close by.
She banged her palm against the window, screaming as loudly as she could, but nobody seemed to hear her, and there was nary a soul in sight. She turned back to the room, looking for something which she could use to break the window. It was a relatively empty room, with a single metal bed in the middle, and not much else that she could see.
A chamber pot sat discreetly behind a screen, and she measured it with her eyes, wondering if she could pick it up
and throw it at the window. It was a heavy porcelain affair, and she was not sure that she would not just hurt herself.
Nevertheless,
she bent down and tried to lift it, but it was much heavier than she had imagined it would be.
She would watch their Abigails lift the chamber pots at home to empty and then return them, all seemingly without breaking a sweat. Yet she could barely move the porcelain bedroom ware an inch from the ground, before dropping it in defeat. She dropped down on the floor next to the chamber pot, breathing hard with despair, and trying not to cry. She had no notion what was taking place. She had no clue why or how she had arrived at this place, she just wanted to go home. She indulged her tears for a short while, weeping into her own cotton-covered lap, before standing up slowly, and returning to the window.
"Help!" she called hopelessly.
"Please, somebody help me." She slumped forward, cheek pressed against the glass, breathing in and out, eyes closed, trying to think what to do. She was startled by a knocking right where her ear was, and she jumped back with a screech.
"Are you in trouble, miss?"
A young woman was peering in at her. A strangely familiar young woman. Alexandra lurched forward against the glass, hitting it with her hand. "Help me, please, where am I?"
"I fear I have been abducted," she shouted.
"Abducted, you say?"
The woman looked extremely taken aback. "How did you manage that?" Alexandra suppressed the urge to roll her eyes, in favor of hitting the glass again. "Never mind that," she said.
"Can you get me out?"
The woman looked to the left and to the right,
like she was gauging the strength of her prison. Alexandra stared hopefully at her, praying that she could find a way to get her out. The woman shook her head regretfully.
"I don't think I can get in," she said. "Where is it that you were abducted from?"
"My house in Mayfair."
"Can I send you with a message to my father then, please?"
"Your father?
And who might he be?"
"Harcourt Abbot, the Earl of Ramsbury."
"I do assure you he will pay
handsomely for your time." The woman looked very doubtful.
"Arrest me more like," she said with a shrug. "No, please, I promise you he will not."
All the while Alexandra was speaking to the woman, she tried for the life of her to think why the woman looked so familiar. Was she a former servant at the house?
But Alexandra hadn't spent enough time at Ramsbury Manor to know all the former servants.
The woman lifted her gloved hand, and ran a finger through a wayward strand of her hair. It was then that Alexandra remembered exactly where she had seen that same gesture.
"You're the Duke of Greenwick's mistress," she exclaimed without thinking.
The woman looked shocked at this declaration.
"Ex-mistress now? But how do you know that, a fine young lady like you?"
Alexandra opened her mouth, closed it again, and then opened it a second time, trying to find the right words.
I saw you with him the other day." "Did you now?"
The woman simpered, looking pleased to be recognized.
She regarded Alexandra shrewdly. "Have you set your cap at him then? Is that why he gave me my conch?" Alexandra had believed Percy when he said he had dismissed his mistress, she really had.
Still, it was a relief to have that confirmed by the source. It did not make her any less flustered about what answer she could possibly give. She needed this woman to help her. "What is your name?" she asked, in lieu of a reply. "My name is Monique." "Very pleased to meet you, Monique. My name is Alexandra, and while I would love to continue to make civil whiskers with you, I fear I am in the suds. If you would be so kind as to get a message to the Duke of Greenwick, I'm sure you know better than me that he would reward you very well." Monique waved her hand. "No need for that," she said. "Don't worry, I will help you. Us women have to stick together, what?" "Yes, yes," Alexandra agreed, slumping forward in relief. "All right, then I'll just go and inform His Grace that you're here," Monique said. Alexandra straightened up, holding up her hand to restrain Monique's movement, even though the glass separated them. "Pray tell, where is here?" she asked. "Why, St. John's Wood, of course," Monique replied. "Oh." Alexandra sank to the floor, as Monique disappeared. As soon as he arrived home, Percy burst into his house calling for his brother. "Walter, someone has abducted Lady Alexandra." Walter skidded into the parlor in his haste, a frown gracing his forehead. "What do you mean?" His voice was high with shock. "Just what I said, somebody has abducted Lady Alexandra." "And do you know who?" "I have my suspicions," Percy said darkly, causing Walter to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "You do? Who would want to do that? Perhaps someone who thought he was about to lose her?" Walter reared back. "Oh, brother, if you want to make that accusation, you better be very sure. The time for accusations will come. At this moment I need to find her." "And how do you propose to do that?" Walter asked, folding his arms. "The servants. They talk to each other. I would bet my curricle that if Summerhill is up to something, his servants know something about it. And if they know, they can tell." "And why would they tell us, for pity's sake?" "I have the utmost faith that Rawlings can get the information we need." "What if he can't? And what if you're wrong about the Duke?" Percy shook his head. "I am not, brother. I am not wrong." While you bellow about in a jealous rage, you could be giving the kidnapper time to get further and further away. Lady Alexandra is a pretty lady. Perhaps some other scoundrel took a liking to her, and decided that this was the only way that he could have her. Percy snorted with contempt. "Some other mythical scoundrel? Are you serious?" Walter shrugged. "Brother, I am begging you not to go off all half-cocked. Let the constable do his job." Percy turned away, picking up the little bell and ringing it. It brought Rawlings fumbling into the room, adjusting his coat. "You called, Your Grace?" he asked, with a suitable bow. "Yes, Rawlings, I need you to do something for me," Percy said. "Whatever you need, Your Grace," Rawlings replied. "I need you to find out from the Duke of Summerhill's servants, whether the Duke of Summerhill had something to do with the disappearance of Lady Alexandra Abbot." Rawlings stumbled surprise. "I beg your pardon, Your Grace?" "I think I was quite clear," Percy said. Rawlings stiffened, gawping at Percy and his brother, seemingly stupefied. "Well, go on then," Walter said. Rawlings hesitated for just a moment longer, before turning and striding determinedly out of the room. Percy knew it was not an easy task they had given to him, but if anybody could bring them answers, it was their trusty butler, and his penchant for gossip. Walter wandered toward the window, looking pensively outside, while Percy sat on the settee, drumming his fingers against its arm impatiently. The chirping of birds in the black alder standing opposite the window was loud in the silent room. "Do you fancy a game of whist?" Percy said to his brother, who turned around, his face filled with relief. "Yes, please," Walter said, coming to sit opposite Percy. Percy extracted the cards he kept in his coat pocket, and laid them out. Just as he was preparing to deal, there was a tentative knock on the door. "Your Grace, you have a visitor," Beatrice, the housekeeper, said, wringing her hands against her apron. Percy frowned. "I am not at home to social calls, Beatrice. Ask them to leave their card, and I shall get back to them." Beatrice looked even more distressed. "I don't think she will like that," she said, and Percy was ever more annoyed at his staff for the casual way in which they treated his wishes. "Well, Beatrice, I don't see how that is my problem," he said. "Your Grace, it is Miss Monique. I put her in the morning room, and she says she won't leave until she sees you." Percy and Walter exchanged surprised glances, and Walter raised an eyebrow at him. "You'd better go and see what she wants," Walter said. Percy sighed, but got to his feet and walked out of the room, ignoring Beatrice, as she continued to simper in distress by the door. He found Monique seated by the window, where she was bathed in favorable light. He bowed stiffly to her. "Monique, what can I do for you?" he asked. She stood up looking earnest. "Oh, no, Percy, it is what I can do for you. You have lost your little Flash Mort, have you not?" "I know where she is." Percy's eyes narrowed in suspicion, wondering if she was somehow in league with Summerhill. "Explain yourself," he snapped. Monique sighed. "See, it was like this. I was on my way out to the market, because it is Wednesday, and they have the best potatoes today. Just as I comes out of my house, I hears this banging and screaming, and being the curious sort, I said to myself, what's going on? Let me find out. So, I cross over to the next house, and there's this girl, and she's banging on her window, and she's screaming." Percy gasped, moving closer. "Is she hurt?" he asked urgently. "Oh no, she was all alone. Trying to break the window, wasn't she? But she just had a little fist, and the window was strong. So, I ask her, don't I? Does she need some help? And she says go to my father and tell him where I am. And I says, your father's bound to arrest me like as not. And she protested, and she pleaded, and she says aren't you the Duke of Greenwick's fancy lady? And of course, I says no, I am not, since he gave me the conch," she said, darting a disapproving glance at him. Percy sighed, and refrained from rolling his eyes. "Then what happened?" "Then she says go to the Duke of Greenwick, and tell him what has happened to me, and so's I did." Percy reached out, and squeezed her arm. "Monique, I am forever in your debt. Thank you for doing this, but now I must go." "Will you be going to save her now?" she asked excitedly. "Yes, indeed I will, and there's no time to waste." "Well, all right then, let us go." Percy had already started walking to the door, and he stopped short, glancing back at her in disbelief. "Us? Oh no, Monique, this is very dangerous, you cannot come with me." Monique's face fell. "But I am the one who knows where she is." Percy hesitated to know that she was right, but not wanting to put his former mistress in danger. "You will stay behind me at all times," he compromised. "All right, yes." She followed excitedly behind him. Walter was waiting in the corridor looking anxious, and his worry only seemed to grow as he saw Percy's determined footsteps heading towards the door. "What is going on?" His eyes flitted between Percy and Monique. "I know the whereabouts of Lady Alexandra. I hasten to rescue her right now." "What? All by yourself?" Walter asked, putting a restraining hand on Percy's shoulder. "There is no time to waste, Walter. Stay here, summon the constable, and follow us to St. John's Wood." "St. John's Wood, you say?" Walter asked, looking quite taken aback. "Indeed. Monique saw her there this morning. Now I must hurry, before they think to move her." Walter nodded his acquiescence. We shall be right behind you, brother. Chapter 12. St. John's Wood Drama. Alexandra alternated between pacing and trying to find something she could use to either jimmy the door open or pry the window open. So far without success. She felt vulnerable in just her night rail, and wished that she at least had a fichu or a dressing gown to cover herself. She didn't know who was coming for her, who had taken her, or what they wanted. But she would have felt more comfortable confronting them with more clothes on. Not to mention the potential scandal should anyone find out what had befallen her. Her heart pounded with fear to think about what her father would say if he could see her now. She knew Magdalene had to be worried out of her mind, but she didn't know how to remedy any of it. She pulled the sheet from the bed and draped herself in it, feeling slightly better for the additional coverage. The door rattled, and she tensed, hands shaking and sweat beading her brow, as she waited to see who would come in. Would it be somebody she knew, or a total stranger? Heavens, will it be Monique? Maybe she was gulling me earlier, making me think she would help, when she is in league with my kidnappers. It was a curious coincidence that she happened to live right next door to the place that Alexandra had been taken to. The door opened, and the last person she ever expected walked in. For a moment, she breathed a sigh of relief, for surely, he was here to rescue her. He took 2 steps into the room, and came to a stop. "Lady Alexandra," he said, with a proper bow. "Your Grace," Alexandra replied, sketching a curtsy, even as she held onto her sheet, not knowing whether she should be happy or afraid. "Forgive me for the accommodations. This all happened rather suddenly." "This?" Alexandra asked, her voice shaking. If he was saying what she thought, it meant he was responsible for the abduction. "Yes, this. I was not expecting to have to bring it to your senses, but it became obvious to me yesterday that that man was turning your head. And I thought it best to bring you somewhere where we can discuss things in an adult manner, and come to an agreement on how to proceed." "An agreement?" Alexandra parroted, her mind still jumping from place to place in confusion. "Yes, an agreement. You will agree to sign our marriage contract, and then you can go home." Alexandra's lip quivered as she tried to think of something to say that would dissuade the Duke of Summerhill from this course of action. If she had been unsure before on what the way forward was, this abduction had cleared her mind considerably. She would not shackle herself to a man who would resort to such methods to secure himself a wife. She looked into his eyes, and did not like what she saw. He would not take refusal well, but she had no choice but to refuse him. "What am I to do?" "Your Grace," she began, feeling her way where she went along. "My father will be extremely worried about me, and he would be upset with you if he knew what you have done. I entreat you to let me go home. Then, you can call upon my father, and discuss this in further detail." The Duke threw his head back, and laughed. "Indeed? You would like me to let you go, when your father already knows you have been kidnapped? I doubt he would even want to sit with me, let alone to discuss the way forward." He paused, glaring at her. "You must think me quite the fool." Alexandra shook her head frantically. "Oh no, Your Grace, of course, I do not think that. I just feel that this situation is still salvageable, but should we continue down this path, there may be no way back." The Duke snorted, pulling out some papers. "Sign the marriage contract, and we will find a way back." Alexandra looked down at the papers, and then back up at the Duke. She tried to smile, taking a step towards him, and then another. "Can we not discuss this a little?" she asked, even as she took another step. "What is there left to say?" the Duke asked, sneering at her, as he held out the papers. "You were promised to me, to be my wife. You will keep that promise, or you will never leave this place." Alexandra leapt forward, pushing at the Duke. He stumbled back in, more surprised than anything, and she darted past him, skidding out the doorway, running down the hallway looking for an exit. Her head darted right and left, searching frantically for a way to escape, when suddenly her hair was grabbed, and she was pulled back. She screeched with pain and fear, and the Duke growled. "Where do you think you're going, girlie?" She reached up, covering his fists with her hand as he pulled on her hair. "Please," she begged, trying to dislodge his hand from her locks. "I said, sign the damn contract," he shouted. "Or I shall sign it for you." "You need the Ramsbury seal," she said through teeth braced with pain. "My father will never agree with this." "Oh, yes he will. He will have no choice once the union is consummated. Do you really think I would let you go, before you are bellyful with my child?" The Duke's eyes were wide and mad-looking, and Alexandra squealed with fright. "Please," she begged. Her whole body was shaking. "It is too late for please, my dear. It is time to do what you're told." They drew up in front of Monique's residence, after braving the mid-morning traffic. Percy was close to frantic, and working hard to hide it. He knew it wasn't Monique's fault, but her constant prattle, and the slow pace of movement, had him gritting his teeth. He alighted from the vehicle, reaching up to help Monique down. "Where to?" he asked. Monique pointed at the house to the right of hers, from where Percy could hear the distinct sound of screaming. He took off without another thought, kicking at the door when he reached it, in an attempt to force it open. Though it juddered with force from his boot, the door held steady. He tried the door. It was firmly locked, and no amount of ramming against it would budge it. All that earned him was a bruise on his shoulders. Suddenly an axe appeared in his field of vision. He looked to the side to see Monique smiling at him. Try with this. He could have kissed her in gratitude at that moment. He grabbed the axe and swung. When she would not sign the contract, the Duke slapped her, threw her to the floor, slamming his foot down beside her head to intimidate her. She screamed in shock, never having experienced anything close to such violence in her life. She fought back, scratching and biting at any part of the Duke that she could get to. He smiled, his eyes as empty as a ghoul's, as he threw her against the wall. She began to scream in earnest, fearing for her very life. "Sign the contract," he said, almost foaming at the mouth, tossing it at her, as she cowered on the floor. The madness in his eyes made her quail. She cowered in fear, ready to relent when the door began to judder, as someone tried to break it down. She hoped Monique had delivered her message, and this was the cavalry. "I pray that it is." And then someone was using an axe on the door. The Duke stopped with his beatings, to stare angrily at it. He wheeled around, marching down the hall with purpose. Alexandra took the opportunity to shout even louder. "Help me." She tried getting closer to the door, but not too close, because splinters were flying everywhere. "Percy? Is that you? Move aside." The Duke growled from behind her. She turned to see him pointing a gun at the door. She froze, not knowing the best thing to do. She did not know if the Duke would shoot her if she did not move, but if she did move, he would definitely shoot at Percy. She had to choose between her own safety, and the safety of a man she was quite sure she was falling in love with. It was a dilemma. "I said move aside," the Duke screeched, sounding mad as a hatter. Her breath came fast and short, and she felt herself getting faint with anxiety. She dithered, not knowing whether to move or not, as the door splintered in two, and Percy stepped into the house, breathing like a horse at the finish line. Percy grabbed her, shoving her behind him, even as the Duke of Summerhill cocked his pistol. She clung to him in fear, eyes wide, as she stared at the Duke, wanting to beg him to put the gun down, terrified that he would shoot Percy. At that moment, full of a terror she had never experienced before, she realized that she loved the man who stood between her and a fate worse than death. She loved him with all her heart and with all her soul. And she would have to stand and watch as someone tried to kill him. "Francis?" she said. "Let him go, and I will sign your contract. Have you lost your mind? Percy wheeled around to face her in a fury. No, Percy, I am thinking very clearly. This is what's best for everyone. Percy shook his head. It's not what's best for me or you. Over his shoulder, Alexandra saw the Duke of Summerhill raise the pistol and take aim. She raised her hand beseechingly. Please, Francis, you cannot kill a duke without consequences. Please put down your pistol. I will put down my pistol once he leaves, the Duke said, glaring. Percy wheeled around again, the axe still in his hand. He raised it threateningly. I am not leaving, he declared. Alexandra began to hyperventilate, her breath coming short, then her vision coming in and out, as her hands began to tremble. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, the world became slightly woozy, and her knees weakened. Before she knew it, she was down on the ground. Alexandra? She heard Percy shout, just before her world went black. The ominous thud of Alexandra hitting the ground dispelled the tension in the room. Weapons were dropped in favor of rushing to her side, enmity was forgotten in favor of making sure she was all right. Alexandra? Percy said, gently cupping her head in his hands, his voice and his hands shaking. He looked at Summerhill, kneeling just as anxiously on her other side. Did you bring smelling salts? He asked. Here. A tiny cloth bag was thrust at him, and he looked up to see Monique. He had forgotten that she was there. Thank you, he said, taking the bag and running it along Alexandra's nose. She came to with a gasp, abruptly sitting up. What happened? The girl asked, looking around her in confusion. Are you all right, my dear? Percy grasped her arm and pulled her to her feet. I am well, I think, she replied with a tremulous smile. Monique darted into the house, and picked up the pistol from where the Duke had dropped it in his rush to Alexandra's side. She tossed it to Percy, before Summerhill could react. Summerhill gaped, extremely put out. Suddenly, he whistled, much to the startled expression on everyone in the room. Two men appeared in the doorway, clutching cricket bats. One of them delivered a blow to the back of Percy's head, before grabbing Alexandra and dragging her towards Summerhill's carriage. The Duke of Summerhill turned to a heaving Monique, now clutching her pearls in shock. Did you really think I would leave her unguarded? He sneered at her. My man reported your conversation, and I knew that Greenwick would attempt some pathetic rescue. Do not underestimate me, wench. He walked out of the house, leaving Monique trembling. She had thought that he might kill her, and was relieved to find herself still alive. She dove to her knees, to check on Percy, and see if he was still alive. She placed the glass to his mouth, and was so thankful when it fogged with his breath. She could hear a carriage leaving. Percy, get up, she called, shaking his shoulders frantically. They held her down, but Alexandra struggled against them. She tried to scream, but one of the scoundrels had his hand over her mouth. The horses were going at top speed, and her body was thrown about on the floor of the carriage, where they had put her, one of the men with a knee on her back to hold her down. They drove for quite a while, but Alexandra was not surprised that, when they stopped, she saw they were at Summerhill Hall. She opened her mouth to ask the Duke of Summerhill if this was the wisest place he could hide her, considering that Percy would most certainly be in hot pursuit. But she swallowed the thought. If the Duke had not thought of it then, she would not alert him. His scoundrels led her into the hall. She could see servants peeking from behind doorways stupefied. Nobody tried to intervene. The Duke led his posse to his study, where one tied Alexandra to an armchair with a length of rope. They both left hastily. The Duke sat opposite her, tapping his fingers on the desk and studying her coolly. You are a bit more of a feisty chit than I had imagined. Alexandra gave him a stony stare. The Duke merely smiled in return, inexplicably pleased. "That's good," he said. "It will make for much better offspring." Alexandra increased the hostility in her stare. "I know what you must be thinking right now." He pored over her stare. "You are thinking there is no way I can get away with this. What you don't know is that this house is a fortress, and nobody gets in unless I want them to. Your little friend can hang about my gates, but he is not getting in. And even if he does get in, your reputation will be soiled beyond repair. The only recourse you have, my dear, is to accept my proposal, sign the contract and be my wife." Alexandra's frantically tried to make sense the Duke's claims. Sitting here in her night trail, having been alone with the Duke all this time, she knew his words were true. Truth be told, her fame was sullied if word of her being a victim of these circumstances was made public. Her only viable option was to sign the contract and hope for the best. What a high cost for her dalliance with Percy, which had been nothing more than a silly dream. Time to grow up, Alexandra. Longing to feel cherished in marriage had now become her nightmare. It was a pipe dream at best. Frustrated, she prepared to acquiesce to the Duke's demands. "Untie me," she said, her voice trembling. "And why would I do that, my dear?" he asked, full of contrived solicitude. "Because I want to sign your bloody contract," Alexandra growled. Chapter 13. Rescue. Percy rode like a man possessed, leaving the rest of his party behind. Walter had the presence of mind to bring an extra horse, so that when he and the constable arrived, Percy was not encumbered by the speed of the carriage, cleanly outpacing it, in his fear for what Alexandra might be enduring. It was not hard to follow Summerhill's trail, for he had ridden off in a quite distinct carriage bearing his duchy's crest. It took only a few inquiries and a couple of guineas to learn where the Duke had taken Alexandra. Percy rode like the very devil was on his tail, urging his horse on and on to the very limit of its endurance. He arrived at Summerhill Hall to find the gate locked against him, and the moat gate drawn shut. He alighted from the horse, searching fruitlessly for a way through. "Summerhill, you bastard!" he yelled impotently. "Come out here and fight for her like a man." There was no response. Percy was just growling with anger, when the rest of his party drew up with the constable and his deputies, as well as Walter. Filled with rage, Percy yelled. "Ease barricaded himself in. How will we get through?" "Alpha battering ram perhaps?" Walter quipped. Percy sighed. "Can we get one of those?" "I hardly think so." When Walter witnessed his brother's agitated state of mind, he ceased his witticism. "We shall get her back, brother. She's just on the other side of this gate." One of the deputies rode up as close as he could get, studying the layout. He turned to the rest of the party. "We can lay planks from this side to that side and get across," he declared. "I think we have enough room." The constable nodded. "Right, and where shall we get the planks from?" Suddenly, before they knew it, the moat gate was coming back down. Someone had unlocked it from the inside. Percy's jaw dropped when he saw Rawlings pulling down the gate. "How did?" He stopped and shook his head. "Never mind, let us go." And they all thundered through the gate and up the driveway to Summerhill Hall. Percy leapt from his horse at a run, and pulled the front door open before anyone could react. "Alexandra?" he called, grabbing at a timid-looking maid. "Where is she?" The maid's face paled with fear, as she pointed down the hall. "Thank you," Percy called, even as he ran down the hall at full speed. He skidded to a stop outside the huge mahogany door, and banged on it like a madman. "Alexandra?" he shouted. Alexandra picked up the pen, re-signed to sign the contract, but stopped short when she heard a commotion come from the corridor. She turned to the door, renewed hope blooming in her chest, and eyes wide with longing. "Percy?" she whispered. "I told you, your Corinthian will not save you." The Duke of Summerhill sneered. "Now, sign the bloody contract, and let us be done with this." The hand that Alexandra hovered over the paper shook, causing blotches of ink to mess up the parchment. There came a sudden banging on the door, and Percy was calling her name. She turned the big smile on her face towards Summerhill. "Not to throw a rub in the way of your plans, but I think my Corinthian is here to rescue me." She dropped the quill, rubbed her hands free of ink, and strode to the door, unlocking it before the Duke of Summerhill could move. She flung it open to see the Duke of Greenwick on the other side, looking like someone had quite set up his bristles. "Alexandra?" he said in surprise. "Percy." She threw herself into his arms in a tight hug. Quickly and without warning, she was torn from him with a sharp pain from Summerhill's pull on her hair. "Stop this instant." Tightening his grip, he dragged Alexandra away from his nemesis, and screamed. "She is mine. The papers have been signed." Alexandra struggled to release his hold. "That is not true," she said. "I signed nothing." Percy regarded the other duke impassively. "And, where is this signature you speak of?" The Duke of Summerhill brandished a parchment in his face, moving it too quickly for him to focus. "Here it is." With her mouth wide open, Alexandra watched Percy grab the parchment, and throw it straight into the fire. "There," he said with a firm nod of his head. "That takes care of that." With both hands covering her mouth, Alexandra found it impossible to stifle her laugh, and detonated a face-splitting guffaw. She knew Francis was professing a Banbury tale, but hearing Percy tie his garter in public came out of the blue. She was gratified that Percy took her at her word, needing no further proof. The Duke of Summerhill was apoplectic with rage. He turned to face Alexandra. "I am not a man to make an enemy of, Greenwick," he warned. She was in no mood to pull caps with, being fagged to death, and just wanting to cry quits. But she knew that if she did not stand up to him now, he would never leave her alone. And so, she drew herself up to her full height. With dignity, she said, "You have already made an enemy of me, Your Grace." Then stepping around him, she reached for Percy's hand. "Will you take me home?" "Indeed, I will." Percy smiled, as he wrapped his much bigger hand around hers. She had arched her body against his, her face glowing, and smiled, when the Duke of Summerhill shouted, "No." He grabbed at the faggot of sticks lying next to the fireplace, thrust them into the fire, and flung them at Percy. Alexandra screamed. With his body as a shield, Percy snatched her hand and ran for the door, all the while the Duke shouted obscenities chasing after them. Abruptly, a loud whoosh exploded. Percy turned to see the door of the Duke's study ignited in a pillar of flames. He led Alexandra to his horse and helped her mount, and caught sight of the constable's men rounding everyone up for questioning. Percy rode away, with Alexandra sitting astride in front of him. As soon as they were far enough away from Summerhill, he stopped the horse, so he could take off his coat and give it to her. She was still clad only in her night rail, and must have been quite uncomfortable. He squeezed her waist and whispered in her ear, "Don't fret, my love, I will take you home immediately. I am sure you are quite tired, but never fear. Undoubtedly, your sister is waiting with a hot fizzac to soothe your troubled breast." His eyes inadvertently dropped as he said it, making her wrap his coat more tightly around her, her face quite becomingly flushed. He looked away, not wanting to cause her additional discomfort. "Percy?" she said, her voice low and soft. "Yes, my lady," Percy replied, in the same tone. She lifted her head to look into his eyes. "I haven't thanked you for rescuing me. The Duke of Summerhill had brought me to Non-Point Plus, and I was terribly afraid that I would have to sign that contract. You saved me from that." Percy shook his head. "Don't thank me," he said, "because I could not have lived with myself if I could not bring you back." He lowered his head, fusing their lips together, hard. At last, she had the chance to feel the softness of his skin, as his lips pressed up against hers, and he bit her bottom lip with a tiny nip. His strong hands tightened around her waist, pulling her close and letting her know that he was as glad to see her as she was to see him. She softened and parted her lips, letting him plunder her to his heart's content. If indeed, there was more to this intercourse than kissing, she could not wait to find out what else they could do to each other. For her head was spinning, and her vision blurred just from the little nips he gave her bottom lip, before plunging back into her mouth, and taking ownership of her senses. He released her at last, with an anxious look. Was that all right? She nodded, and lowered her head to hide her blush. They rode the rest of the way in companionable silence. Chapter 14. Conflagration. The fire at Summerhill Hall spread quite fast along the wooden floor, aided by the lamp sconces lining the wall, filled to the brim with walnut oil, as well as the myriad draperies that thronged the castle. The servants did their best, forming a line from the well with a stream of buckets, but the flames were out of control so fast. Everyone was aware that trying to save the castle was a hopeless feat. "Where is the Duke?" the constable inquired of the butler. The man shook his head in confusion, not having had enough time to assess what was going on. "There he is," Walter said, pointing at a solitary figure standing in the driveway, staring up at the burning hall. He and Rawlings had stayed behind, to assist the constable with his inquiries, and ultimately to stand witness to everything that had transpired on this day. The constable looked at him curiously. "What was your butler doing here anyway?" "Oh, we sent him on an errand early this morning," Walter said airily. "I suppose it was just blind luck." Evidently, the constable was not convinced, and rode off to speak with Summerhill. Percy helped Alexandra dismount his horse, and Magdalen must have been waiting anxiously with bated breath at the window, because she came hurtling out of the door in no time. "Alexandra?" She flung herself into her sister's arms. "Are you quite all right?" Alexandra held tightly onto her. "I am fine as can be, thank you, Magda. Just really fagged out, with a few cuts and bruises. I am for Bedfordshire I think, and tomorrow I shall be all right." Of course, she was more than fatigued, with a few cuts and bruises. Nothing a night's sleep and soothing cream could not fix. She would ask Constance to fetch her physicking kid later, after she had had some rest. Magdalen immediately grabbed onto her arm, and began leading her back inside. "Oh, of course, you must be. Come inside. Sit. I shall get you a nice cup of chocolate. Are you hungry? Shall I have cook make you something? Soup or—" Alexandra was shaking her head even before Magdalen finished speaking. "Oh no, I think I just want to lie down for a while." "I will take my leave here then, so that you can rest and recover," Percy said. "Please convey to your father my regards, and inform him that I will come to speak to him in the morning." Alexandra gasped, turning to stare with a wide-eyed inquiry at Percy. "Speak to him?" she asked faintly. "Why, of course." He made an elegant leg at them both, and then climbed back on his horse. Magdalen sighed dreamily beside her. "What?" Alexandra asked, turning her sister, so they could continue to proceed back into the house. "He is your knight in shining armor," Magdalen declared, and Alexandra simply rolled her eyes in reply. "Yes, well." She was unable to hide the color in her cheeks. "Oh come, Xandra, are you not the least bit excited?" The small smile she'd been wearing dropped off Alexandra's face. "No, I am not. For tomorrow, I face scandal and shame," she said, as they climbed up the stairs to the second floor. Magdalen frowned. "What do you mean?" "I mean I spent hours alone with the Duke of Summerhill, in my night rail of all things and—" "Alexandra?" They both stopped, turning to face their father who stood at the bottom of the stairs. His eyes were bloodshot, the reality of almost losing a daughter bringing to mind the dark days after his wife's death. His children were all he had left of that union, and now he had almost lost his eldest. "Are you quite all right?" He took a tentative step towards them. Not one for overt displays of affection, his agreement to the union between Alexandra and the Duke of Summerhill had nevertheless been made with more than business advantage in mind. The Duke of Summerhill was a young personable gentleman. At least Harcourt had thought so. Who had shown devotion to his Alexandra. How could he have known what madness lay behind his eyes? It had seemed like such a tremendous coup at the time, and now he might be the laughingstock of the ton. Alexandra felt tears prick her eyes and she lurched forward, reaching for her father who captured her in unexpected paternal embrace. She nodded jerkily, feeling safe at last. "Yes, I am, father, thank you for asking." He squeezed her hand affectionately before letting her go. "We were all exceedingly concerned. Do go and lie down, and we shall see you on the morrow for breakfast. Don't worry, I have increased the guards around the property, and have called for a physician to examine you. Aside from that, nobody will disturb your rest." "Thank you, father." Alexandra was choked up by his worry. Magdalen reached out to recapture and squeeze her elbow, as she led Alexandra down the corridor to her bedchambers. "Would you like me to stay with you, the night?" she asked. "I will if you want me to." She was overpowered with all the concern for her safe return, and could no longer process the overload of emotions. She managed a weak smile. "I think I would like that." Once Magdalen had deposited her in her chambers, she called for Constance to bring a pitcher of hot water and some soap, so that Alexandra could clean herself. Constance arrived, flanked by 2 Abigails, carrying 3 pails of hot water, towels, smelling salts, and the tub. Behind them were 2 maids from the kitchens, bearing hot chocolate fortified with brandy, and a basket of warmed bread. As they made the tub ready for her, she drank her chocolate and ate a mince pie, listening to Constance mutter angrily under her breath about mad dukes and Englishmen, and other things that were too unintelligible for Alexandra to hear. She suspected they were not at all complimentary to the Duke of Summerhill. Still, she was content to be quiet and let everyone fuss over her, as they were wont to do. It wasn't hurting anyone, and it soothed them to do this for her. As for herself, she was surprisingly unbothered by the prospect of the scarlet letter, that was undoubtedly waiting for her on the morrow. Percy loved her. He'd said as much with his actions, more so than his words. Her sister would also continue to love her regardless of her social status. It would have to be enough. Body and spirit now relieved, she was ready for deep slumber. Percy did not go straight home. He returned to the scene of the crime, seeking out the Duke of Summerhill. This was a matter of honor, and he had every intention of calling him out for his actions. He arrived to find his brother and the constable, as well as Rawlings, assisting residents to recover as much as they could from the smoking husk of what used to be Summerhill Hall. It would seem the place had burned to the ground. Francis was hunched over by his carriage, looking for all intents and purposes the very picture of defeat. Percy stared at him for a long time, before Francis finally looked up and met his eyes. Percy reared back at the sheer hatred he saw there. "Satisfied, Greenwick?" Summerhill snarled. "You have taken everything from me." Percy said nothing, but merely regarded the Duke sympathetically. "It would seem I have," he said at last, before turning his horse and riding away, signaling for Walter and Rawlings to follow him. He had indeed taken everything that mattered to Summerhill. The least he could do was leave him with his pride. Chapter 15. Banns. The wedding was a relatively quiet affair, held at St. George's Church in Hanover Square. Percy was eager to expedite things, to turn the talk of the town away from the abduction, and to more favorable news when it came to Alexandra. Her father had understood the need for haste because, for sure, tongues would be wagging about the huge scandal that the Duke of Summerhill had wrought, in the process losing the seat of his duchy to fire. It had been the most titillating on it for days, before the engagement of Lady Alexandra Abbot to Percy Bradford, the Duke of Greenwick, was announced. For how she had attracted the passionate attention of not one duke but two, made her the subject of jealous speculation across the ton's debutantes. The congregation included the families of the Earl of Ramsbury and the Duke of Greenwick, as well as their particular friends. It was a lovely and sunny June day, with a fresh breeze providing relief from the heat. Alexandra wore a white muslin gown, the same one her mother had worn down the aisle. It was trimmed with blue ribbon beneath the bosom, and at the cuffs of the short puffed sleeves. This was her way of honoring her. Her long detachable lace sleeves were suitable for the time of day, and they matched the veil that she wore over her bonnet. The lace was exquisite, a gift from the Duke from his mother's wedding gown, and crafted carefully to provide the perfect finish to her wedding ensemble. Her gloves were borrowed from her sister, while the bonnet and shoes were newly made for the day. Percy was standing at the front of the church waiting on her, looking resplendent in morning dress. His dark blue tailcoat matched his eyes, and his fawn-colored pantaloons emphasized the length and shape of his long muscular legs. Alexandra could not believe he was to be hers. The day was perfect, with Magdalen and Lady Mumford as her attendants, and Walter standing as Percy's groomsman. They retired to Ramsbury Manor for their wedding breakfast in Percy's curricle, in a procession of several carriages. Magdalen was most excited by the goings-on, and she was already commenting about how she could not wait until it was her turn. Alexandra rolled her eyes because she could most definitely wait before she was forced to plan another wedding. They were to withdraw to Percy's castle in the islands for their honeymoon, shortly after the reception. Alexandra would be sad to miss the rest of Magdalene's season, but Percy had assured her that they would be back long before it was over. She could not wait to spend time with her husband, but she did not want to leave her sister alone either. She didn't pay much attention on the journey, taking the opportunity to rest and slumber. She was nervous about her wedding night, and she wanted to dream and imagine how it would be before they got there. They spent the first night at an inn, but apart from a good-night kiss, Percy did not touch her. She lay awake for a long time, wondering why. "You are thinking very loudly, my dear," he said at last, and she stared, not knowing that he was still awake as well. "I was." She giggled ironically. "I was just thinking." Percy laughed as well. "Yes, I know," he said. "What is on your mind, my love?" "Why have you not touched me?" she asked. "Do you not want me?" He leaned over, and focused on her face. "Alexandra, my love, do you really think I would take your virginity in a little inn with thin walls, where total strangers can hear you scream and moan?" "Scream and moan?" she asked, her face hot. "Indeed," he murmured, his breath warm against her ear, making her shiver. "Then." "When?" "When we get to the castle. I do assure you, I shall make it worth the wait." She could not hide her trembling that shook her body that time. "I shall look forward to it," she said, mostly into her pillow. They stopped at a distance, so that Alexandra could get a look at the house. It was small by castle standards, with a wide paved path culminating in shallow stone steps, leading the way to the front door. They arrived in the late afternoon, and the whole visage was covered in a golden glow, that cast a warm gleam upon the red brick. A red brick walkway interspersed regularly, with golden painted oval cartouches, each containing a bust led away from the both sides of the house. The overall effect was magical. At least Alexandra thought so. The castle was 3 stories tall with 4 wings, west, east, north, and south. For sure, the house was large enough, and the walls were thick enough that she could probably scream and moan to her heart's content. Alexandra blushed just thinking of it. Percy smiled down at her. "Do you like it?" She glanced coyly up at him. "It's perfect." "Well, then, my lady, allow me to fulfill a time-honored tradition." She looked puzzled. "What?" she began to say, before he scooped her up in his arms. She squealed with surprise, holding on for dear life to his neck, as he carried her across the threshold, as easily as if she weighed nothing. The house was airy and silent. The front door closed with a soft whisper of air. Percy's hand slid into the crook of her elbow. "There's some wine upstairs. Shall we go and open it?" "Upstairs?" "In the bedchambers." He wasn't wasting any time, but then why should he? They were married, and it was perfectly natural for a husband to want to bed his wife. And Percy clearly did, very much so. It was just. Alexandra was nervous. With a shy glance, trying to look confident and ready, she replied, "Of course." He led the way up the stairs. She was not surprised to discover that the bedchamber was large and bright. Its windows offered a vista onto fields of wheat, barley, clover and a labyrinth of bushes and grasses. She could imagine them taking walks, as they discussed their future, or just enjoyed each other's company. She hoped Percy enjoyed her company. "Alexandra?" Percy's voice interrupted her thoughts, and she turned to face him. "I've no idea why the house and grounds are of such fascination to you at the moment, but perhaps I can tempt you with a glass of wine instead?" He was smiling, that little barely there quirk of the lips that she found so mysterious and alluring, but relayed the message clear enough. Yes, of course." She felt her own mouth curving into a sheepish smile, and lowered herself gracefully onto the loveseat by the bed, as Percy uncorked the bottle that sat on the stand. He poured 2 glasses. He handed one to her. They no longer had any excuse to focus their attention elsewhere. Her hand dropped back to her side, as his eyes locked on hers, as hers were on his. There was much she could discuss with him. Did he believe any of the rude talk spread about her? Did he marry her out of pity, or out of love? She could bring up the weather, but none of it seemed appropriate. No matter the reasons, they were legally wed, and Alexandra's duty was to make the best of it. She just wished she knew what he was thinking. Percy took a sip of the wine. His eyes closed, and he cleared his throat, which made Alexandra grip on her glass tighten her. She didn't know whether it was with fear or arousal. "This is Turkish wine. I had it imported. Tried to sell it to the taverns, but it was too fancy for them. It wasn't fancy enough for the court or the clubs, so I stored the lot in my cellars." He gave her an ironic glance. Just one of the many ideas that did not quite go as planned. "Well, I am sure you learned from the experience, and will conduct better surveys before you embark on your next venture." Percy laughed. "Indeed. I see you have a keenly educated mind beneath the veneer of dutiful demure loveliness. I do hope I can count on it to curb my more enthusiastic impulses." Alexandra smiled, oddly pleased by his observation. "It is only my duty to help my husband in any way that I can." It gave her a thrill to say the word husband. Percy was her husband. And soon, he would make her his, completely and forever. She could hardly wait. Chapter 16. The Art of Communion. Percy watched Alexandra, noticing that she had, at some point since their arrival, removed her veil. She was now gathering her hair into her hand, and lifting it away from her neck, as she turned her back toward him. "Would you unhook me?" "Unhook?" Oh. Yes, of course." He reached for her, and then realized the glass of wine was still in his hand. He almost dropped it in his haste to comply. He placed it back on the stand, and reached for her dress. His hands were uncharacteristically shaky. While he might have unhooked many a dress, this was his first time for a lady who was also his wife. The dress was confusing, with its various lacings and eyelets. However, he eventually got the way of it, and unhooked it all the way to her waist. Underneath, he saw more fabric, more laces. Heavens, how do ladies ever get themselves dressed in the morning? Alexandra turned. "Thank you," she murmured, brushing a kiss against his cheek. Alexandra felt her face heat up as he watched her with heavy-lidded eyes. She was unable to avert her gaze, as she stepped away from him, shrugging the gown down over her shoulders, and then stepping deftly out of it. It was the most undressed she had been in front of anyone, save Constance, in a long time. She gathered up her dress, and draped it over the loveseat beside the bed. Her petticoat quickly joined it. Slowly, she wheeled around to face him again, though there was hardly any more of her to see, with the dress off. She still felt terribly exposed, as his breath caught in his throat. Her stays were fashioned from the same fabric as her wedding dress and edged in black. They were part of her trousseau. Beneath her dress was a white silk chemise, while her stockings had some of the Greenwick crest emblazoned on the ankles. She saw that he noticed, as she loosened her garters to take them off, and gave him a small smile. Her throat felt incredibly dry, and she remembered that there was one thing they needed to discuss, before they went any further. She swallowed, cleared her throat, trying to get some moisture back into it, but her voice came out hoarse despite her efforts. "Percy, there's something I need to tell you. I've never. That is to say, I haven't. I've never, well, done this before. You should know that Francis didn't touch me at all." She felt better as soon as it was out, and now she just had to look away, until the fire in her cheeks subsided again. Percy didn't speak, and when she ventured to look back up again, he was smiling. It was not an unkind smile, but there was definitely amusement in his eyes. Her back stiffened. "I know, my love." She stared at him, feeling a barrage of questions, protestations, insistent replies tangling up behind her tongue. All she managed was to sputter in surprise. He closed the distance between them, and the amusement was gone when he continued. "I know because you would not have consented to marry me otherwise. You would have felt duty-bound to inform me that you were damaged goods. Not that I would ever think of you in such a way. And you forget I am the one who found you. I know perfectly well what state you were in, and it wasn't Isabel." She stretched one hand, letting her fingers toy with the lapel of his jacket, then slid flat and pressed against his chest. Her voice was even huskier than before, caught somewhere in her spinning mind. He knew. He had guessed, and he didn't mind? Perhaps he had not asked her to wed him, solely for pity at her compromised state. "There is no need for further discussion on the matter," he declared, and the smile was back. A little amused, a little exasperated. "It is behind us. Let us look forward to a happy, prosperous and fruitful union." At first, she did not comprehend the last thing he said, but then it came to her, and she not to hide her blushes from him again. She would love nothing more than to bear his children, but she could admit to nerves about the act that produced them. She did not want to close her eyes and think of England. She wanted to take in every last detail and have it be enjoyable. She hoped that was a possibility at least. He pulled her against him, hard. His mouth found hers, and the first touch was hesitant, gentle. She parted her lips and invited him in. He tasted like wine and desire and home. When they broke apart, his breath gusted heavily over her, and his eyes, so close to hers, were dark and full of need. "I love you," she whispered. "I want you to make love to me. Show me what to do." Percy held out his hands to her. Alexandra leaned in so that she could feel every bit of him like a living, breathing hot brand embedded against her from bosom to nethers. She could feel his. Alexandra blushed just to think of it. She squirmed tentatively and he gasped, his shaft jerked and jumped at her. She was tempted to escape it, but his strong hands restrained her hips, firmly leaving her no choice but to stay. She took a deep breath, peering up at him from beneath her lashes. "Is it? Am I?" She trailed off uncertainly. He smiled, his voice low and intimate. "You are perfect. Just perfect." She smiled tremulously. "Thank you," she said softly. He swooped down and claimed her mouth. She felt plundered and invaded, as his tongue conquered her mouth. His hot tongue and soft mouth moved downward and kissed her neck, making her think that any pain that was to come after would be worth it. His kisses alone lit her blood on fire. She sighed, and then moaned, louder. Embarrassed, she cut the sound off.
"Forgive me," she whispered.
"What for?"
Percy's gentle voice bathed her with warmth, as his hand cupped her cheek delicately.
"My love, I insist you not hold back such noises.
I would like to know what pleases my wife."
He kissed her warmly, softly, not using either tongue or teeth.
Alexandra settled back onto the bed, and yielded to his nibbles on her neck, and marveling at the sensations that assailed her.
She had to hold her breath, and close her eyes, as his fingertips traced her collarbone. Alexandra whimpered faintly, when his mouth moved to follow the trail of his palm, an answering chuckle from her husband making her shiver, as he pressed his warm wet lips on her sensitive spot. She reveled in the luxurious feel of his silky blonde curls, as her hands tangled in them. Percy groaned appreciatively, his hand skating to the hem of her chemise.
Too soon.
Alexandra stiffened, as his fingers curled around the edge, clearly intending to push it up her body.
"My Duchess." Percy pulled away to regard her face. "I will only remove this with your permission.
We can leave it on if you prefer. Or I can stop this enterprise entirely." "Can we stop? Only for a few minutes?" Alexandra asked, hating the nerves that tossed her stomach about, like a ship in a hurricane. Percy lay down carefully next to her, as she blinked away tears. "I mean it, my love," he murmured, leaning over to kiss her shoulder. "We will go as slowly or as fast as you want. Never fear that I will grow impatient or annoyed with you. I am the happiest man alive, for you agreed to be my wife." Percy kissed her shoulder again, his hand brushing up her bare arm, featherlight softness of his strokes over warm wetness of his kiss, marking her like a brand. "You can remove my chemise," she said shyly. "But only if you remove your drawers. I wish for us to be bare to each other." He grinned with happiness. "Ah, my brave little girl. I love you," he said. Percy pulled the chemise over her bosom, and the sight of her seemed to stop his laughter cold. "Please sit up so I can remove this." His voice trembled, and Alexandra obliged, if only to make him smile again. Once she was naked, he allowed her to pull on the top of his drawers, adjusting himself so she could ease it over his shaft. Alexandra stared in unabashed interest. "It is different than I imagined. I have never seen anything like it," she said, her breath coming short with excitement. Her finger reached out to touch the base, before sliding up to the tip, where a clear liquid beaded like a tiny, translucent crown. When she smeared her finger through it curiously, his hand came to grip her wrist firmly, and he hissed between his teeth. He looked like he was starved, regarding her with unmitigated ardor, eliciting a full-body tremor in response. Her body was on fire just from the heat of his gaze, and if he continued to rake her with lust-filled looks, she just might be the one to devour him. Alexandra was feeling brave, and boldly wrapped her hand around the middle of his maypole. "What should I do now?" she asked. Percy covered her hand with his own, and moved it upwards and back down. She watched in amazement as his shaft seemed to take on a life of its own, moving in tandem with their hands, peeling away his uncircumcised skin. "Oh," she said softly, continuing to stroke in the way he showed her. "Oh," Percy echoed, swallowing audibly. He released her hand rather suddenly. "We have to stop now, or else things might progress too fast," he breathed, laughing awkwardly, as Alexandra reluctantly let go of him. She lay back, watching him, wondering what came next, her whole body straining toward him. She let her legs fall open, an invitation, feeling her body like an empty vessel, yearning to be filled. She closed her eyes, her senses inundated by his warm sandalwood-scented musk, as he drew closer, his body flush with hers. She reached out to touch, a wall of hard muscle trailing downward beneath her questing finger, as he let her explore. Her other hand circled his trim waist, resting in the dip preceding the twin mounds of his haunches. Her fingers trembled with her own boldness as she squeezed, and heard the small pain sound that he made against her neck. The jerking motion he made that brought his manhood into hot, urgent contact with her belly. "Percy," she whispered in awe, as she rubbed sinuously against him, feeling like she might be melting from the inside out. Every touch felt like a brand on her skin, every sigh a declaration, every jerk against her belly, a promise. He lay atop her, and she widened her legs instinctively, the feel of him against her like nothing she had ever experienced before. She felt him, hot and hard, poking against her, and tensed. "Shh," he soothed, rubbing softly at her arms. "It's going to be perfect, I promise you." She had no choice but to trust his word, as she felt him like a hot searing brand, breaching her very core. She closed her eyes, breathing in and out, trying not to become too tense, lest she run from the frightening stretch of her inner muscles, the startling propinquity of him. "Ah!" The sound escaped her even as she bit her lip, trying not to cry out. He stopped abruptly, sweat beading his brow, and looked down at her, shaking his head. "Let it out," he whispered. "Let it out." She cried out in surprise, and pain, and creeping pleasure, unable to stop herself from channeling her confusion into sound. He thrust quickly forward, and she jerked, as she felt a scion of hurt shoot up her spine from her center. It faded quickly, and was replaced by shifting strobes of pleasure, ebbing and flowing, as he moved within her. It was a lot to take in. She threw her head back and cried out again, and that seemed to spur him on to greater passion, as he impaled her on the sheet, again, and again, and again. "Oh, my sweet Alexandra!" Percy groaned. His heavy head dropped to her shoulder, and he found it in his lithe, strong body to go ever faster. In his desperation, he rubbed against a sweet spot inside of Alexandra, and suddenly, she was a wanton woman, a woman possessed. "Oh!" she shrieked, nails digging into his bare shoulders. "Oh, my love, do that again, I beg you." "You do not need to beg me, merely ask me. I am yours to command." Concentration was the predominant expression on his face now, as he twisted his hips, and returned his attention to that spot inside her. "Percy!" Alexandra screamed. "I must have died," her husband murmured wonderingly. "I must have died, and ascended to heaven. I had only imagined my name passing from your lips in this fashion when I was asleep, and could not curtail the wickedness of my dreams of you." "Tell me of the dreams, your grace." Alexandra's breath came in short pants, as if she had been running, and not lying on her back, while her husband plundered her body in powerful bursts of pleasure. "They are like this," he groaned, as he continued to thrust frantically in, a most maddening pattern. "You beneath me. My hands able to touch whatever they want, my lips caressing whatever they want, nothing between us anymore, no reason for me to restrain my ardent feeling for you." Alexandra whimpered, and something inside of her clenched involuntarily. As her legs scrambled for purchase on the mattress, she dug her nails into his back, and her husband made a noise close to one of pain, and his hips moved impossibly faster. "Beguile me with your tongue," he whispered. "Let me hear your voice." "I love you," she answered. "Percy, I love you so much." With a shout, his body locked above hers, hips stilling. Alexandra felt a sudden warmth spill inside her, and she stilled, as well as her body seemed to welcome the liquid intrusion, contracting to usher it further into her. She felt fulfilled, and knew that she and her husband were finally indeed one flesh. She smiled at Percy, admiring the long elegant line of his neck, his face caught in ecstasy so intense, it could be agony. His eyes were shut, and sweat beaded his strong brow. Alexandra wiped it away, tucking her hand in his curls. "I love you, too," he said after a pause. Whatever spell had descended upon him seemed to have lifted, and the gleam in his eyes was softer than usual. Alexandra leaned into him, wanting to be close in every way possible, and let him take her lips again. She knew now why a woman must save herself for marriage, for it was only within the bounds of an institution. Would this excess of emotion not seem so terrifying, as to cause one to run screaming for the hills? When they had said she would give her body to her husband, she had not known what that would mean. Now she did, and she was addicted. It pleased her greatly that they could do that again, at any time they chose. Much to her disappointment, he chose that moment to pull out of her slowly, carefully. Alexandra hissed through her teeth at the renewed stinging, and the oddly sticky feeling that followed his separation from her. Who could have known how viscid it all was? However, there's no one else I would rather be stuck to. Her husband collapsed onto the pillow next to her, and he kissed her shoulder, his large hand stroking her from collarbone to navel, and back again. Alexandra shivered, smiling lovingly up at him. A wet trickle against her thigh caused her to sit up and survey the damage. She stared, bemused at the red that streaked her thighs, and the stain below them on the bed. "I suppose you know me to be honest now," she said thoughtfully, wiping at the blood on her thighs. "What do you mean, Duchess?" Percy asked, rolling back towards her. "Stars above, you're bleeding. Are you all right?" Percy grabbed her hand, and stared down at the stains, horrified. "Did I hurt you, my love?" "No more than was necessary, I'm sure." Alexandra laughed at her silly husband. Her husband? "No, I only mean to say, you have declared your belief in me, and I am grateful for it. But just in case there was a small part of you that might have wondered, well." Alexandra shrugged, still feeling content from their coupling. "You can rest knowing you did not wed a tarnished woman." Percy's hands were on her face suddenly, and he turned her to face him, gently but urgently. "My love," he whispered. Alexandra was shocked to see tears in his eyes. "You cannot think that of me. I would not care if you lay with hundreds of men before me. You could never be ruined. You are perfect, and you are whole, and you are Alexandra. I cherish you." He bit his lip, more tears forming. Did you spend the entirety of our intimacy worrying if I would suspect you were not a virgin?" "No," Alexandra assured him, stroking his smooth cheeks, marveling at the softness, even in the tense moment. "No, darling, I enjoyed that immensely. More than I was warned I would." "You'll enjoy it more the next time," he promised. "But swear to me, you will never hold on to such fear, especially not fear about what I think of you. Tell me whatever is on your mind, and I will vow to always tell you of my own mind." He said this earnestly, before pressing his lips passionately to hers. Alexandra nodded, and vowed. "I swear it." He kissed her on the nose lightly. "Good. Now, let's do something about this, shall we?" He got out of bed, and wandered over to his wash basin, fiddling with a pitcher. He came back with a dampened washcloth, examined Alexandra's bare body, her legs still wantonly spread out. She blushed furiously at his scrutiny, her hands drifting to hide the evidence of their coupling. Percy grasped her wrist, when he sat on the edge of the bed. "I am your husband, and you are my wife. We share all things. Do not be ashamed of our leavings." Alexandra nodded, face still burning, and stared at the ceiling, while her husband attended to her aching loins. He wiped away the blood on her thighs, first, and then he turned his attention to her core. Eventually, the push and pull of the warm cloth felt pleasant, and then it felt very pleasant. Epilogue. 6 months later. Alexandra woke one morning, and realized that she was very late indeed. It had been a busy time, helping Percy make plans to rehabilitate his duchy, all the while planning Magdalene's nuptials to the illustrious Alexander Count de Lamouth. Most of that time had been spent ascertaining that the Count was indeed worthy of her sister, so she might be forgiven for not having kept better track of her monthly megrims. It was the casting of her accounts that warned her. Or rather, caused Constance to point out that, what with the lack of menses, and now the vomiting, she was very likely with child. "Shall I procure some wheat and barley, ma'am?" Alexandra wrinkled her nose. "Whatever for?" "Why, to pour your piss on, to ascertain that you are indeed with child, your grace," Constance said, looking quite beside herself. Alexandra restrained herself from rolling her eyes. "Not just at the moment, Constance." "Thank you for thinking of me though. I will be sure to have the midwife visit and see to it, at a more opportune time. Now, I must go and find my husband, so you will excuse me," she said, as she walked out of the room. "Wheat and barley?" she mouthed to herself, as she walked to the study. "How very strange." Percy looked up as she opened the door. "What is very strange?" he asked, looking up from his ledgers. "Oh, nothing. Constance seems to think wheat and barley is a good way to confirm a full belly." Percy dropped his quill, his mouth open. "Are you?" Alexandra perched casually against his desk, giving him a serene smile. "I think it's very likely," she said. Percy made a sound most unbecoming for a duke, swooped down upon her, grasped her by the waist, and lifted her into the air. She squealed in protest, even as he swung her around, but could not say much else, because he covered her mouth with his, expressing his joy the best way he knew how. Francis Goodwin, Duke of Summerhill, woke with a start. His dreams were full of fire, and always, there were faces, mouths open in soundless screams, eyes wide with pain and misery. They were not the faces he recognized as belonging to any particular person familiar to him, but somehow he knew they were members of his household. Every day since his castle had burned down, he had woken from these dreams, in a cold sweat, and a feeling of dread in his belly. He blamed Greenwick for his troubles. If it weren't for his interference, Francis would have what he wanted most in the world. Even now, after she had soundly rejected him for that charlatan, he could not forget her long dark hair, falling like a curtain to her waist. That one time long ago he had glimpsed her en dishabille, in the garden of her home, before propriety demanded that she tie it back in the tightest of buns, or kept it well coiffed. He remembered her dark depthless eyes, looking at him like she could see his soul. She had stolen his very essence that day, and to reject him now was the cruelest joke fate had ever played him. He got up from his bed, limping to the stone basin, filled with icy cold water, left over from the night before. "The servants are getting sloppy." They knew that he could not dismiss them at the moment, for fear of attracting even worse villains should he do so. He had been ostracized from the town for what he did, and he expected that the quality thought he might travel abroad, until things died down. But no. I am still here. I won't let them drive me away. Not while Greenwick flaunts his transgressions against me like some peacock. He would rebuild his reputation, restore Summerhill Hall to its former glory, and most importantly, he would make Greenwick pay. Once he'd completed his ablutions, and his valet had come in to help him dress, he turned his attention to the day's engagements. He was still a member of the house, and his vote was sought after for a number of bills. The other lords tended to invite him to eat at one of his clubs, rather than in their homes. It was galling to be thought of as some brute, who could not keep his hands off the ladies. That was certainly not the case. His tendresse for Alexandra was a quite singular thing, and were it not the need for heirs, he doubted he would ever look for another bride. He prepared to leave the house after the most rudimentary of breakfasts, resolving, once again, to fire the cook, when he almost ran into someone on the street outside his house. She was clearly planning on coming up to ring his doorbell, and by her dress, he assumed she was some sort of serving girl, who had lost her way to the service entrance. "Excuse me, madam, but are you lost?" He looked back at her, and did a double take. "Oh," he said, as if he was just now learning something he should have known all along. "I'm not lost," she said. "I am here to see the Duke of Summerhill." He lifted his eyebrow. Oh really?
And who might you be?
I am Anne Meadows,
Of the House of Stuart.
I need your help.
Francis gasped in surprise, offering her his arm, and leading her into the house.
Come in, you must be exhausted from your journey.
Let me offer you a repast, and then we can resolve whatever dilemma you are facing, he said.
Eyes the color of emeralds
Regarded him with gratitude. Thank you, she said.
My mother told me I could count on you.
And, indeed,
you can, my dear.
Come,
sit down and take the weight off your feet.
You have come a long way. Indeed, I have, Your Grace.
Anne Meadows,
of the House of Stuart,
was the daughter of Catherine Meadows, seventh in the line of succession to the Scottish throne, before
they were deposed.
They had escaped to North Carolina and the new colonies,
after the uprising in '46. For Anne to be here, in London, would mean that something dire must have happened. Catherine Meadows had saved the life of Francis' father, while hers was in jeopardy, and so the Godwins owed the Stuarts a great debt. If he could repay it somehow by assisting Catherine's daughter, he was obliged to do it. Indeed, he would be happy to.
Francis regarded her,
a bright burst of reds and golds and greens from her glorious auburn tresses,
to her pale skin, the vivid green of her eyes,
and the ruby red of her lips. She was not Alexandra? Oh, no, she was the very antithesis of her. And yet, something about their spirits called to him all the same. Perhaps he would not be forever lonely after all. He would see what help he could give Anne Meadows, and maybe she could reciprocate. That he perhaps had the opportunity to rebuild his life, did not take away from the fact that he had retained a private eye to look into Greenwick's affairs. He knew the man had been in Dun territory not so long ago, perhaps there had been some chicanery involved in repairing it. If some did not exist, well, it could be manufactured after all. All it took was a bit of knowledge and a whole lot of cunning. A skill of which he had in spades. He had heard that the Duke and his new Duchess had retired to the Greenwick country estate, and may be expecting their first child. The news was a knife in the wound that Greenwick left him, and stoked the fire of his hatred even higher. What right had he, a mere upstart, to the happiness that should have been Francis'? None whatsoever. He listened sympathetically to Lady Meadows' tale of woe. An unfortunate encounter leading to her disgrace. A plea for protection and shelter. All these he could give Lady Anne, and more. He would wait perhaps until the Greenwick babe was born. Maybe even let it grow into a fine young specimen. Then he would strike at their very heart. Taking the child away without a single trace, and watch their despair as they carried out a fruitless search for him. Yes, that is a very good plan. Lady Anne got to her feet, as did he. Where may I lay my head for the night, Your Grace? She asked. Francis rang the bell to summon his butler. Fetch Lady Anne a lady's maid, if you please. He informed the butler with a grim smile. And prepare her rooms, she will bide with us for a time. The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.